All right, good afternoon. Welcome to the Monday, May 1st special meeting of the Council Appointed Officer Committee. May the clerk call us to order.
Yes, Chair Stone. Chair Stone?
Oh, she's saying yes, Chair Stone.
Oh, sorry.
Here.
Okay. Councilmember Burt?
Here.
And Mayor Koo? Here. For the record, all members of the CAO are present.
Thank you. Let's move to public comments for anything not on the agenda.
Mr. Chair, we have no requests to speak.
Thank you. Then we'll move to our first and only action item, discussion and recommendation to council regarding the city clerk vacancy. Does staff have anything to kick us off?
Actually, I don't believe we do. So this is really following up on the committee's next steps for recommendations to the full council in terms of the city clerk.
Yes, Member Koo.
Could you provide us perhaps with the procedure of how we would usually go forward after receiving notice from one of the CAOs?
I actually don't know that there's a procedure per se, and in fact, maybe something that the council wants to consider establishing. But one of the key questions are certainly the appointment of an interim, with the assumption that the council will want to then proceed with recruitment and selection of a permanent replacement.
Great, thanks. I'll just start off with some conversations that I've had with staff and thinking maybe the direction we can take it as a conversation starter. Then thinking good plan could be if we can make a recommendation to council tonight on an interim position, then also make a recommendation to council as well to begin the recruitment process for a permanent position. I was told by staff, likely if we stay with a current consulting company, we're looking at about 4 months minimum to be able to make the permanent appointment. And if we decide to go out and seek additional consultants, then we're looking at what, 5-6 months? So yeah. Seeing some nodding heads.
Yes, Chair Stone, Sandra Blanche, HR Director. Yes, we would be adding another month or two to request proposals, and then to have the committee review the proposals and implement a contract.
Okay, great, thank you. And of course, our current clerk, last day is May 19th. And so that's also the need for us to move pretty quickly on this. Any other thoughts? Councilmember Burke.
Yes. So first, a question on recruiters. I don't know the last time that we went out to see what's the universe of prospective recruiting agencies. Do you recall, Sandra? And
well, for the clerk's recruitment in 2021, we did request proposals specifically from Bobby Peckham McKinney, who was the prior recruiter for the clerk's position. Prior to that, it has been some time since council has interviewed various recruiters.
I do have some interest in kind of understanding the range of options we have on recruiters. So then that kind of goes into the next related item, which is the interim clerk. And I wonder if we could ask Clerk Milton, can you give us your kind of insights on where we stand on the ability to have internal staffing for an interim clerk basis versus whether we need to consider any other options?
Sure, of course. One of the things that we found to be a critical operational aspect of our office was continuity of operations. And so we have 2 deputy clerks. They, both of them have been trained in all the external candidate. Both of them are highly educated, very well qualified, and can absolutely, in my opinion, carry on and do all the operations of the office and could operate as interim city clerk. Now, whether one of them is more interested than the other, I would leave that to them, but I can just assure you that both of them are well qualified to be able to handle all the needs in the council and the public.
And we've had the opportunity to work with both of them and seen that they have real great aptitude. They're both relatively new to the clerk's office, but you feel that the year and a half or so that you've had them under your wings have prepared them for everything. And I note also that we don't have an upcoming election, which is a whole nother dimension of the clerk's responsibilities that won't be thrust on an interim clerk in the coming months.
Yeah, so in Palo Alto, one of the things we joke about is Palo Alto, we know that we're a little bit exceptional. We have a higher volume of meetings than other cities do. So I would think that that gives them a little bit more experience. They have personally held committee meetings and supported them independently, where previously this office, it took 2 people to do meetings. They can do it in 1. They've gone through the 2020 election. They helped with 2 ballot measures and 9 candidates, I believe. They've both been through the FPPC filing procedures for Form 700s and campaign filing statements. So the good thing about the clerk's office is it's very cyclical. A lot of things are recurring, and they've been through the full cycle and have had experience with everything the office has to deal with, except for recalls. But thankfully, and hopefully that we'll not see that in the future.
And the office is currently still down 1 person from authorized level, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And so we'd potentially be down 2 people. Is there that one open position? Are there active candidates being reviewed for that or not?
We know that it's budgeted. We haven't actively recruited specifically for the city clerk's department, but we know that there are other active recruitments in other departments and eligibility lists that if we needed to very quickly, we could pull from those eligibility lists.
So I ask that because it's my next question, which is a 3-person clerk's office on the interim basis with an interim city clerk. What are your thoughts on the ability to cover all the necessary requirements with only 3 people?
I know it can be done. When I started, there was actually only 1 other person in the office. I know it can be done. Work would have to be prioritized. I think filling that, the unfilled position right now would be very wise to do that, to give extra capacity if you hire an interim, I mean, if you promote someone from within. I do know that if you bring someone from outside, there's also a learning curve with that. To learn the Palo Alto organization and the community itself is a curve. So having people who already have made that curve jump might help at least get the council through your budget cycle, all the way through your summer break cycle, and then you can decide what you want to do long term. It's just something for consideration.
So I guess I would be inclined to put out to a bid for the recruitment and at the same time encourage the clerk to consider candidates for filling that. I don't know, it's short order. You only have less than 3 weeks. So I don't know if that process for internally considering candidates for that other position, if that's too short of a cycle to even begin that. But I'd be inclined to want to not have the office be 2 people short with an interim leader.
I think that we can see what's out there and put something in process. Yes, I think we can do that in the next several weeks.
Okay.
Yeah.
From
City
my
manager.
chair, I think there was just one follow-up response related to the consultant selection that I'd ask our HR director to comment, and it's noting where we stand with an existing contract with a recruiting firm that we have typically or are currently under contract for senior staff appointments or selections, not council appointee, but just to ensure that the committee is aware of that option. Sandra, could you confirm that?
Yes, we currently have a contract with Terry Black and Company. And that is, the city manager said, we've used that firm for executive leadership recruitments and other high-level managers.
And the firm that Bobby Peckham's firm, is it Peckham or?
Peckham and McKinney,
Pardon me?
Peckham and McKinney.
Now, do they specialize in clerk positions or a whole range of senior positions?
A whole range,
I see.
similar to Terry Black and Company.
Terry Black, is that Mary Egan's company? Oh, no. Okay,
It's a separate company.
got it. Okay. All right, thank you.
Mayor Koo?
Oh, can I just ask Councilmember Burt, so you're interested, so are you also talking about the interim position in terms of putting it out as a posting? No. Okay,
I was referring to the fifth position that's authorized in the clerk's office that is currently open, to try to fill that so that there'll only be down one person
oh, I see, for the
during
fifth
the interim
position.
period.
Okay, thank you.
So you're inclined to the direction of filling that final position and then doing an interim position until we get the permanent position?
Well, and then simultaneously.
Yes.
Yeah, and we'd probably actually be appointing the internal clerk before that other position would be filled.
Okay. And can staff give us a little more on the consultant we're using? Because I just want to understand more about the benefits if we were to put out feelers and see if there's any other firms that we want to go with. Just maybe talk about how long we've been using them for, what other positions that they have helped us fill. A little more information on that.
Terry Black has assisted the city in recruiting for several positions in the city manager's office. Let's see. And did some assistance with the police chief. Those are the most recent recruitments that she's helped us with.
Councilmember Byrd, is there any, might want to talk about your thoughts on why we'd want to go out and change firms?
No, and I'm not strongly wedded to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, sorry, and just one more time, can you give us a little better understanding? I mean, I kind of summarized my thoughts on the timeline. Can you give us, in your professional opinion, what the timeline looks like if we stick with Terry Black or go outside? And then if we go outside, we might end up coming back to Terry Black, but how does that delay the process?
Well, that expedites the process because we won't have to do the contracting portion. But similar to the prior clerk's recruitment, the executive recruiter would assist the council in developing the candidate profile. You could also use the brochure that was developed 2 years ago as a basis to start from, and there probably won't be too many changes, except with some of the organizational changes that the clerk has implemented since her time in office. Then that's followed by putting the brochure, posting it for 30 days minimum. So, at this point, then we're talking probably about either June or July. And then based on how many applications are received, the executive recruiter does a review and a pre-screening of those applications and develops a very thorough profile for each candidate. Then we schedule time with the council to review those candidate profiles with you to determine who will get selected for the interview process. And there usually is a preliminary interview followed by a conversation regarding salary and then a final interview process.
It's a lot.
It's a
So
lot.
if we stick with current consultant, we're looking at what time frame for when we're likely appointing compared to if we go outside?
Yeah, if we stick with the current, we're at probably 4 months. If we do an RFP and have to do the contracting, minimum an additional 2 months.
Okay. Mayor Ku?
I was just gonna ask, when it comes to council, I think it would also be helpful for council to see the different consultants that there are, even though the option is there to go with the current consultant. And I see you have named 2, but if there are others, I don't know what Reftelis does. Are they a firm that goes out to hire also, or do they provide other services? Raftelis, if you just take a look at that. But if you can provide some of the other consultants that do hiring processes. And oftentimes, the CAOs are appointed by council, but most of the employees in their department, isn't it usually better for them to hire those employees? Or is it okay for council to, I don't know, how does that work?
Well, you're talking about, we wouldn't be doing that hiring.
The 5th one, right?
It would be either the current clerk or the interim clerk who would be hiring that position.
We're just helping them with recruiting?
No, that's not the recruiting. They do all that just like they have on filling all the clerk's positions.
Okay,
It's just a question of whether we're encouraging that position to get filled promptly, so there won't be a 2-person shortfall in the department. There'd only be a 1-person over the interim period.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, that helps.
And then I had a follow-up question. You referenced Terry Black, who don't think I'm familiar with, but the advantage there was that we have an open contract with Terry Black. Is that what you were saying, Sandra?
Yes, that's correct.
And then when we hired the current clerk, it was Bobby Peckham's company. I will say that I thought we had a very strong pool of candidates, and I was very satisfied with the work that done by that company. So I don't have that point of reference on Terry Black. And how much does that add to the timeline? We'd still have to go open it up to bid, I assume?
I believe because of the, expected fee, which tends to run between 25,000 to 30,000, that is under the city manager's authority. We would do an informal RFP to seek other quotes, but we wouldn't have to do a formal. Still takes about 30 to 60 days.
Okay. I would be inclined if we didn't go out to a full open bid, I'd be inclined to use the same company we did last time. They seem to be well-versed on kind of the clerks in the region. And we had a very strong pool of candidates, I thought, so.
Yeah, I agree. Got us our current clerk, and I think we've all been very happy with Ms. Milton. And does staff have any concerns about that? Because I'm inclined to. I mean, I think a delay of a month or two, not ideal, but if we're talking about one of our 4 CAOs, I think that's worth it to get it right. And I was really happy with the process last time.
So I believe we would need to check with procurement to confirm our ability to go directly to the former or the company that did it previously. And with that step in mind, we can follow up. Would expect that there'll be some time involved with getting that firm to provide a cost proposal and their scope of work.
Okay, thanks. And then as far as this idea of filling that 5th position in the clerk's office, does any council direction help expedite that? Or are we still running into all the issues that we've had on filling vacant positions for the last couple of years?
I think that we can work and get a good pool of people in process. And so I would be hesitant to actually appoint somebody. I think the interim clerk would be more appropriate to appoint them, but we can work with our human resources staff and see how we can leverage other candidate solicitations to really expedite it. We did, I'll have to say, I've been successful recently with that process. Alice right here actually was not a formal process we did for the city clerk's office. She had applied for a different department, and we utilized that candidate solicitation and found an excellent candidate. So it works, I can assure you.
So at the risk of being a little blunt here, I think the direct answer to the chair's question is staff will run with that and council direction is not necessary.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be included in the motion.
It does not need to be included.
Great. And then finally, as far as now our recommendation tonight to the full council on an interim position, thoughts on how we go about that tonight? I mean, is this committee going to make a recommendation of a specific internal candidate?
We haven't
Councilmember Burt?
received essentially internal, I don't know if we call it applications, but we haven't received any formal notification among the 2 deputy clerks, whether one or both of them are interested in those positions. I don't know if Clerk Milton, you have anything to add there, or we would, if not procedurally, would we this week need to say we're open to that and then receive those responses and
So-
then act on that?
So committees, members, if I could just intercede for just before the clerk responds. So it's pretty important not to discuss the qualifications of individuals in an open meeting. So we would, if the committee or council wanted to do that, we would schedule that as a closed meeting. Also, the HR director is a technical consultant who can do things like meeting of the minimum qualifications of the job, which is a technical step that does need to be taken.
The action today would need to be essentially that we would be open to applications for the interim clerk, including internal applications.
So I think it's really council that needs to say that. It's certainly a sensible way to proceed, and it seems almost obvious, but it's not a decision that can be made directly by the committee and then acted on. So it's a recommendation to council to, your recommendation would be to invite letters of interest and a resume from interested applicants.
Okay, and then if that was our recommendation, what would be the timing on that going to the council? It could be on consent in theory, if this is unanimous.
I would think so. I'm only smiling because there might be some enlightened self-interest from the city clerk on trying to get this on the agenda very quickly and maybe even as a late packet item for next week.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because I don't think we want to lose a lot of time there.
Councilmember Mayor Ku.
Thank you. So in addition, would council need to see those letters of interest, or it would just go to Sandra and that would be sufficient?
Right. So thank you for pointing out that the committee may also want to make a recommendation to council about the next step. Certainly, your HR director should advise you on that minimum qualifications issue, as well as other issues about acting pay, et cetera, because those are technical issues. But then would your recommendation be that council then it be placed back on council's agenda for the appointment, or that it come back to this committee and then back to council? You can make a suggestion on that.
Can I also suggest that in the past, we've had the CEO committee or the full council interview the interim candidate? That would be another step in the process. HR can receive the applications after essentially doing an internal posting, to ensure that we have fairness in the process. And then if, the candidates are qualified, we would suggest that you interview to make your selection. And we would talk about the next steps as the city attorney mentioned.
I would actually say that, time is of the essence right now because we're going into May, which is full-blown budget month and everything else before we go into break. So I would say as much of an expedited process as possible. So if it's a recommendation to council on how we're going to do it, make sure that Ms. Blanche has all of the letters of interest and resumes and she interviews them. But then at council, once they give direction, the next should be, because they're going to be receiving the what Ms. Blanche tells us the qualifications are. And then the next one should be a full council interview at that point so that we can move forward quickly.
I would agree that skipping the CAO interviews of the interim would save time and not be necessary. So if we have a process where we make a recommendation to the council today that would hopefully go on consent a week from now, and the staff can kind of be preparing for that outcome, and then we'd have however long of the internal or the kind of the posting from the time the council endorses recruiting. How long would we need to go through that process before we could do the review interviews for the interim clerk?
The internal posting would be a pretty quick process, and we can request the applications to be submitted in a matter of 5 days.
Good.
And then
Okay.
it's just a matter of scheduling, as the city manager was inferring.
Good. And then one other note in terms of the recruiters that I realized is that if we use the same recruiter as we did a couple of years ago, a good part of that work was to really develop that description of the roles, and that's all pretty current. And by the same, if it was by the same recruiter, I don't think there's going to be much work nor much cost. And I would expect that recruiter, if we went to the same recruiter, we'd want to make sure it's understood that we assume that most of that work's already been done from 2 years ago. There'd be minor updates. And from both a timing and a cost standpoint, it could streamline it. Because my recollection is that getting that done was a good part of both the time frame and the cost of that last recruitment, was getting that brochure out, getting it refined, getting it out. I think there was even there was a council review of it and all that. And I think that would all be streamlined.
I would agree, it would be streamlined. I'm not sure about, how much the fee would be reduced, but I would
Probably
agree with you.
reduce more if we say we expect it to be reduced.
I would just note that it is pretty typical that description, especially of the ideal candidate, is where a lot of the time is spent on the front end. I would just note, recognizing Councilmember Burt's statement, and we will pass that along, that with the 3 new council members, they may also want to review and have some input on that.
Mayor Ku?
Oh, I was waiting for Councilmember Burt to make the motion. Was that a motion that you made?
It wasn't yet. So, so if we're ready for a motion, okay. We have and then B would be, well, let me just ask before articulating this. Do we want to go with the same recruiter, or do we want to use the one that we have a staff contract with, or thirdly, would we want to go to open bid? Didn't sound like we wanted to do the third option. So out of the first 2, what are my colleagues' thoughts?
I think the same recruiter that we had for the clerk, city
Okay.
clerk, yeah.
I agree.
So, and so in the motion, do we want to just state the name of the recruiter, and that we would use we recommend that the council hire the same recruiter, Bobby Peckham, what's the name of the firm?
Peckham and McKinney.
Peckham and McKinney. And we probably want to put in the motion that, or I don't know, we want to make sure that the new council understands that this is the recruiter who we worked with just 2 years ago on this. It doesn't have to be in the motion, but maybe in the staff report, just brief staff report, just so that they are up to speed on that. Okay, does this motion look like it captures everything?
If I might also add in B, that the literature that was produced the last time to be included in the packet to council.
Oh, and just on this coming Monday, just so they see that. I don't know if that has to be in the motion, but I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
It can be included.
Maybe in part A at the end, just to specify, we anticipate the interviews to be with the full council.
Does that look correct?
Yep.
Do you have a second?
Yes, second.
Do you want to speak to your motion?
Sorry, no, I don't.
No, I
Seconded.
don't.
Wonderful.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
members of the community, one thing to think about as this proceeds, and it doesn't directly, I think, affect this motion, would be the process going forward after having received presumably a proposal from Peckham and McKinney. So that may lead to the follow-on action after the council approves this consent item.
Thank you. And then speaking of process, you reminded me, we did not go to the public for comment on this. So if we can do that before we take the vote.
I do not have any requests to speak at this time.
Thank you.
Can I ask, so discussing the interim clerk's package, when does that happen?
I'm thinking about it in terms of this motion. Presumably, it would have to be after or as a part of the closed session. Interviews, probably following interviews where the council is discussing your next steps. So it would include any compensation change for the selected interim.
Seeing no more lights, if the clerk can call the roll.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Chair Stone,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. That completes our only action item. I guess next item is any future agenda items, which,
Well, perhaps, again, just thinking out loud here in terms of the council will approve, hopefully this consent item. You will, in all likelihood, receive a proposal from Pacc and McKinney that will require council approval. Perhaps at that time, you can discuss with the full council the process going forward for the selection of the permanent next city clerk.
great. And from there, maybe we decide we need another CAO committee to have a further discussion on that or not, but we can leave that for a later time. Then wonderful, we are adjourned.
it to order, and will you please call the vote? Oh, call roll.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Burt,
Here.
Mayor Coop,
Here.
Councilmember Lowing,
Here.
Councilmember Lipcott Hames,
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka, and Councilmember Vinker. For the record, oh, I see Councilmember Vinker's here.
Yeah.
Okay, for the record, we have 6 present.
Thank you. Today begins the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So I'd like to dedicate this meeting for that. I just want to say that this country belongs to the American Indians and were built up by immigrants from all around the world. And today starts the AANHPI Heritage Month. Join me in honoring this important month by reading books highlighting authors, actors, accomplishments, and everyday experiences of individuals who are Asian, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander. Learn how our descendants paved the way for the possibility of living the American dream. Take a trip to Angel Island Immigration Museum. Visit the Chinese Historical and Cultural Projects Museum in San Jose. Visit the Japanese American internment camps. Learn how the Pacific Islanders were instrumental in World War II. Learn how the Philippines, Pacific Islands, and Hawaii was colonized and was thrust into the wars, and the hardships experienced, such as forced labor, family separation, incarceration, execution, concentration camps, and forced prostitution. And here we are today because of incredible people who paved the way. Feel blessed, feel fortunate, and pass it on by sharing the history and appreciating a culture other than your own. Whether it is AANHPI culture or another culture, self-education should always be the first step. And we're going to start with special orders of the day. So I'd like to ask if there's any public speakers to please submit your speaker cards for the 2 special orders of the day items. After readings and instruction by staff and council members, we'll close taking any more speakers. Thank you. And we'll start off with our first item, which is proclamation of May 2023 as Affordable Housing Month. And Council Member Ed Lowing will read the proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. I will read this on behalf of your signature at the bottom. Whereas safe and affordable housing is a basic human right, and yet each year thousands of Silicon Valley families and individuals struggle to find an affordable home in this expensive housing market. And whereas the city has been active in affordable housing development with 4 affordable housing projects in process that will include much needed, very low income units, housing for persons with disability, and teacher housing, in which the city has committed financial support for 3 of the projects. And whereas the city has also implemented other meaningful housing actions by approving city parking lots to be developed for affordable housing, creating a permanent source of affordable housing funding by dedicating a portion of the business tax revenue for affordable housing, crafting additional renter protections, and continued support of fair housing services. And whereas the city, in collaboration with Silicon Valley at Home, is hosting an affordable housing resources fair this Saturday, May 13th at 1 p.m. in King Plaza. More info on the event is available at www.cityofpaloalto.org/housing fair. Whereas many organizations throughout Silicon Valley are dedicated to providing safe, stable, permanent, and affordable housing to all members of the community, these organizations, along with local agencies and community members, have organized Affordable Housing Month. And now, therefore, Lydia Koo, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on the behalf of the entire City Council, hereby proclaims the month of May as Affordable Housing Month in the City of Palo Alto to call upon our community to support affordable housing solutions and to recognize the successful efforts of the City of Palo Alto and its partners who seek to improve access to affordable housing in Palo Alto. Signed by Mayor Koo.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowing. Director Late.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Lowing, for reading the proclamation and City Council for accepting the proclamation this evening. I wanted to acknowledge and appreciate and invite Tim Wong from the Planning and Development Services Department and Melissa McDonough from the City Manager's Office, who have been working behind the scenes with Silicon Valley at Home to prepare to participate in this month's event, but also support a resource fair, which we'll tell you about here in just a moment, and that you just read about. Mr. Wong, Tim, would you mind, do you have a few words to offer?
Yes, so thank you very much, City Council, for acknowledging the importance of affordable housing and the city efforts to create more affordable housing. And actually, another effort will be adoption of the housing element, which the City Council will consider next week. So I will see you next week, but thank you once again for acknowledging affordable housing. And Melissa has a few more words.
Thank you, Council. I have to say we're so excited to be hosting our first ever Affordable Housing Resources Fair on the 13th, right out front on King Plaza. And one of the reasons we're very excited about this is we're insisting that all the folks that are tabling at this fair, people aren't just going to be handed a brochure. That if you come to this housing fair, you'll get a tangible benefit. You'll be able to talk to someone and learn how to navigate the system, ask questions in English or Spanish, literally sign up and get on one of those lists for affordable housing. And then just a couple days after that, thanks to the hard work of our colleague, Minka Vanderswag, and the Palo Alto Homeless Service Providers Committee, we're having another fair the following Wednesday, May 17th, at the Opportunity Services Center on Encina. And that's a free resources fair open to low-income and unhoused members of the community, where they can receive legal services, haircuts, food, housing, and shelter resources, medical and mental health services, and a whole slew of other things. But we're so appreciative for you recognizing this month and for all the good work you do on behalf of our community. Thank you, City Council.
Yep, that concludes our remarks. Thank you again for your support.
Oh, we have the proclamation to give you.
I think you can give that to Mr. Late on behalf of our organization.
I also want to thank everybody for their work and for all these organizing of the events so that we can keep our residents and everybody in the city informed of what is being offered. Thank you. Our next item is appointment of applicants for board and commission openings on the Human Relations Commission and Parks and Recreation Commission. Madam Clerk.
Madam Mayor and City Council, good evening. Tonight, we will be voting on the different openings that we have for the board and commission recruitment that we did this spring. Tonight, we have 4 vacancies on the Human Relations Commission. 2 of them are full terms ending in March of 2026. 2 of them are partial terms ending in March of 2024. We added 2 additional positions to the Human Relations Commission recently with Ordinance 5583. We're also voting on the Parks and Recreation Commission, 4 vacancies ending in March of 2026. So we have a digital survey that will be sent to you in just a moment. It's being sent to you right now. The first round, you'll be voting exclusively on the full-term vacancies. So the email will be sent so you can vote on the 2 Human Relations full terms, the 2 Parks and Recreation Commission, or the 4 Parks and Recreation Commission full terms. The next round, after we do the full terms, we'll do the partial terms for the HRC. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer. Otherwise, we'll start to tally the votes.
Would you like us to wait or should we go into the next item and then when we return, you can let us know?
Our next item is closed session, I believe. We would have to wait until after closed session to make the formal announcement. It's up to you, Madam Mayor, whatever you choose. I just think we should also we also have the partial votes as well. So it's up to you.
Let's just go into closed session and then you can let us know after. Thank you. So now we're going to go into a closed session and it is to review and accept the Auditor's Office Cyber Security Assessment. Do we have any public comments for this item?
No, Madam Mayor, we do not.
All right, with that, I'd like to take a vote to go into closed session. I'll move.
Oh. I'll second.
Thank you. So moved by Lydia and then seconded by Councilmember Burt.
I have no comments.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker. Yes. And Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. have a quorum to get started. So council is back from closed session. And are we okay? Okay. And so from the closed session, it was a unanimous vote to accept the Auditor's Office Cybersecurity Assessment. And a redacted version of the report will be posted at the website under this topic. You should receive it soon. Thank you. With that, I want to come back to item number 2. If you have anything to report, please do.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do. Okay. I just want to report in the first round of voting for the Human Relations Commission, we had 2 full terms ending March 31st, 2026. And it looks like Katie Causey received 6 votes and is appointed to 1 full term. And Amy Shea received 4 votes and is appointed to a 2nd term. So those are the 2 full terms. And then we also have results for the, oops. This one a little bit more. Okay, and then for the Parks and Recreation Commission, we had 4 terms. In the first round of voting, you can see the votes below. Candidate Amanda Brown received 7 votes and was appointed for 1 position. Shawnee Kleinhaus was appointed to the 2nd. Joy Oche was appointed to the 3rd, and we had to do a 2nd round of voting because no other candidate received a majority vote. All right, and then for our 2nd round of voting, we're still waiting on 1 council member. Councilmember Lowing, we didn't receive your 2nd round of voting results. So we can resend you the link. And then if you want to take up the next item and we can come back to this. Wait, where do I? Okay, Madam Mayor, we have the results of the next round. Okay, and for this round, just to clarify, we were voting on 1 Parks and Recreation Commission position, the residual, and then the 2 partial terms for the Human Resources Commission. So let me share my screen so the public can see the results. Okay, for the Parks and Recreation Commission, we had no candidate that received 4 or more votes, so we have to go to a 3rd round. In this round, I just want to clarify, as we did on the last voting session, we eliminated those members who didn't receive any votes on this round. So the 3rd round will be just the 3 candidates who received votes. And then for the Human Relations Commission, 1 individual, Daryl Savage, received 5 votes and is appointed to the 1st partial term. And we did not have, we had a tie between Miles Goodman and Kate Stemler, who received 4 votes. So we'll have to go to a 3rd round for the 2nd position. Wait, Stemler, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, my mistake. Okay. So Daryl Savage received 5 votes and Mary Kate Stemler received 5 votes. So both of them will be appointed to the partial term for the Human Resource Relations Commission. So we'll do one more round just for the Parks and Recreation Commission final opening.
And would it be all right if we moved on to item number 4 as we're doing these votes?
Yes, ma'am.
We'll be multitasking. Okay, item number 4 is a study session, and we're going to be reviewing the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And perhaps rather than reviewing the budget, might be best to think of this as really a kickoff presentation and initial discussion for the council. As you hear from this presentation, we've got several weeks ahead of council discussions, finance committee discussions, and public input prior to your mandated approval of a budget by the end of June. I will ask our Assistant City Manager, Kylie Noze, to walk through a presentation in a minute. I would just note, perhaps for the public's awareness, the prop that is the 2-volume binder that I see many council members have brought along as your workout for the evening. So we won't go through it page by page, but would like to just use that as a reflection on the magnitude of the document that the council is now beginning discussion of. I would also note that our staff that worked very hard in producing this document that is now in your hands. We've actually got quite a few that have, I think, to a certain extent, just succumbed to the energy that it took to put the document in front of you. And as such, we do not have our entire budget team here this evening to engage with Q&A with you. So with that little preface and disclaimer, let me turn it to Assistant City Manager Kylie Noze.
Thank you, City Manager Shikata. Good evening, City Council. I am Kylie Noze, Assistant City for Palo Alto. So as City Manager alluded to, if we can go to the next slide, we are pleased to transmit to you, City Council and ultimately the community, the 2024 proposed operating and capital budgets, and ultimately the start of about 6 weeks of work that you'll have before your ultimate adoption in June, I'm sorry. So well, tonight we're really looking at going over the 2-year budget balancing strategy, really talking about the role the different council members on different bodies play, so Finance Committee versus City Council, and how that feeds into the moving from this proposed document to ultimately a budget adoption. And ultimately, this is a forum for those colleagues that are not on Finance Committee to share with your Finance Committee colleagues that will be reviewing these documents in detail starting Friday. So that's really the purpose for tonight's session with you. Next slide, please. So overall, this proposed budget really does recognize a pivot point. We do have cautious optimism, and we are continuing to propose investments in services. This is, I think, the largest budget that I've seen in my short time here. And it's about almost $1 billion budget. So it's a $975 million budget. And actually in your 5-year CIP, you'll see that the 5 years go over $1.2 billion. Big generational projects are starting to happen, and that's a significant impact on those capital investments over that 5-year period. Ultimately, in the general fund, there's a 2-year balancing strategy, the same as what we did last year, therefore extending our financial planning through June of 2025. And it should be noted that we do have a projected deficit in 2026. And so watching one-time versus ongoing funds will be critical as we move through this budget process. And then last, this does include, obviously, the voter approval of Measure K and L, which really did help solidify funding for critical services. And so just, again, want to thank you to the stakeholders and community for that support. Next slide, please. So as you can see, on the left are our sources and on the right are our uses. And this is the entire budget. And the font's really small, but all of these charts are in the documents themselves. So this would be our citywide fund section. And you can see of the $975 million budget, The bulk of your revenue is coming from net sales. Net sales, reminder, is our utilities. Because we run our own utilities, those are proceeds from that. Ratepayer proceeds to pay for the cost, which you can see on the right side, has a large sliver of utility purchase, which is that green sliver, a large sliver of capital, which is that purple one, and then a large sliver of salary and benefits, which is the blue portion of that pie. Next slide. All right, so we talked about this 2-year budget strategy and what's included in this 2024 proposed budget. So the council had long discussions back during the mid-year budget review just this February, in which you set aside $14 million associated with the uncertainty and projected forecasted deficits, I should say, in the near term. And so ultimately that $14 million that was set aside is helping offset the shortfalls in 24 and 25 and enabling us to bring forward to the council about $4.5 million or $2.25 million per year over a 2-year period of time of funds for the council to allocate towards its priorities. We'll go over that piece in a little bit more detail. As you can see, that kind of leverages and uses the bulk of that $14 million, but also we talked about a potential deficit in 2026. So we are recommending that we maintain a BSR at the 20% level instead of 18.5. It's within the council target level, but it's not at the target level. So it's at the higher end, which is an additional about 2.8 million. We'll go over that as well. Ultimately, the council has made major efforts and major strides in completing most of our labor agreements. So all of those new contracts that you've recently approved between December and I think as recent as last month have all been incorporated across all funds in these budgets. We've also been moving back towards quote unquote pre-pandemic in our capital investments. So in our transfer from our general fund to our capital fund, we are moving towards pre-pandemic levels by 2026. That's both the TOT transfer as well as our baseline transfer. And across all funds, we are moving to implement and are implementing the council's revised retiree benefit funding policy. The council just approved this back, or the revisions, I should say, back in January. And so we do have the more conservative discount rate of 5.3 for the normal cost of these benefits budgeted across all funds in this budget. Next slide. So FTEs, or full-time equivalents, or positions. So this table really shows you your full-time headcount of employees. And it goes all the way back to 2002, all the way up till 2024. And you can see the gray lines take a pretty decent dip during the pandemic in 2020, 2021, and 2022, when we went through those significant restructures. The green dotted line are the general fund full-time equivalents or full-time positions. And so you can see the gray lines are trending back to pre-pandemic levels, but the green line is still below pre-pandemic levels. And so this really does show the ebb and flow of the organization and the volatility you see between 2020 and 2024 is something that we are working to make sure we mitigate against. So as you look through and we go through this proposed balancing strategy, we're really looking to do our best as management to make sure we have some stability, because moving an organization through that level of a transition, the peaks and the valleys, creates a lot of inertia and a lot of focus on that change management, as opposed to trying to accomplish the goals or the priorities of the council. It impacts morale, it impacts hiring, it impacts productivity. And so we're really, as we move through this budget process, you'll hear us really try to balance our resources in order to stabilize that kind of volatility in the future. Next slide. So in the general fund, you can see that it's a $275 million budget that's being brought forward. This does obviously reach above pre-pandemic levels in terms of dollars, but with inflation and the new contracts that we've got, obviously the dollars are not going as far. So although we have a dollar value that's above pre-pandemic levels, as I noted, we don't have necessarily FTE. You can see our large revenues are taxes, so still sales tax, TOT, Property taxes are some of our largest revenue sources. On the use side, on the right, you also can see that we continue to be a service-driven organization with about 60% of our expenses going to people, salaries and benefits for them doing the services. Next slide. So how are we balancing this general fund budget? And how are we dealing with the uncertainties, but still continuing to invest in the community to meet those service needs? You can see the recommended use of reserves in FY24 and FY25. And so that's really ultimately the use primarily of that uncertainty reserve that you previously set aside. And therefore, with that, we're able to balance FY24 and 25's budget, including allocating that $2.25 million for council to allocate towards your priorities. It does place us in 2026 with a potential deficit and is something to be watched and mindful of as we look at how we spend our one-time funds. So again, the ongoing costs versus our one-time surpluses, we need to make sure we're not exacerbating future deficits as we move through this budget period. As we're doing those investments, we're trying to mitigate things with that higher stabilization reserve. And ultimately, it is important just to remember that this forecast doesn't have a full-fledged recession in it. It does have low to no economic growth in the near term, like we talked about, and the council approved as part of the 2024 long-range forecast. But as for a full-on contraction, so as I mentioned before, all of the hard work that the council has done and the community has really placed us in this position where we're actually able to build on the investments we made in FY 2023, and we're continuing to invest. So if those who recall, in FY 2023, we invested in more 911 dispatch systems, public art, library hours, investigations, health and safety for the unhoused population through police services. And so this slide, ultimately, this budget continues all of those things that we had added on a one-time basis last year. In addition to that, next slide, please. It recommends continuing more services. So last year, we were at, I believe, 6 hours or 6 days of service for our libraries, our large libraries, and I believe 4 days of service for our small libraries. This budget recommends we move to 7 days at our large libraries and 5 at our smaller ones. So we're also looking at things like adding additional PERT clinicians and traffic enforcement in our public safety areas, more support and staffing for historic resources and code enforcement and building and fire prevention plan review. We're also investing on the capital side with staffing to help with some of these larger projects that are now coming to fruition, such as the water quality control plant, needing more engineering staff to help with that significant investment, as well as staff for dark fiber expansion and the fiber to the premise initiative. So this proposed budget allows us to invest and does recommend investing in all of these areas in addition to what was restored last year. Next slide, please. Unique to this year, staff have set aside $2.25 million for council to invest. And so in addition to what we just went over, 23's restorations, 24's recommended investments, in attachment C of the transmittal letter of the operating budget, so very close to the beginning of the document, there is a tier 2 list. And ultimately, it's a list that reconciles the council's 72 priorities, or priority objectives, I should say, that you just approved in April. And it reconciles that list with those that we identified as needing additional resources. And that list lines out over $8 million worth of things that can be invested in FY 2024. Unfortunately, we don't have $8 million or $8 million ongoing, but we have identified $2.25 each year, so in FY 24 and FY 25, for the council to move the needle on these priorities. And so we are seeking council's help as we move through this budget process on how to allocate these funds and how to allocate them amongst those priority objectives that you've approved recently. So we'll move through this, but this will obviously, I am sure, be an area of topic and for much discussion amongst you and your colleagues. All right, moving on to the next slide. So moving from operating to capital, your capital improvement plan, we noted, is actually hit that $1 billion marker. So over the 5-year term, I should say. Previously, you were at about 800 million in last year's 5-year CIP. And so this year's 5-year CIP, you are hitting the $1.2 billion marker. And that is largely due to, investments in core areas. So core priorities are, and I should say again, these are those generational investments. We're now separating out the train crossings for the cost of the crossings and estimated cost of crossing improvements for those that we've made progress on to the point that we can make those estimations. Those are, as you all know, $100 million projects over the term of the CIP. We also have starting to invest in electrification and the resiliency of our grid. The other one is also fiber to the premise, as we are investing in those. These are major capital improvement investments coming over the coming 5 years and more that we're seeing start to show up in this 5-year CIP, and that's why you're seeing that year-over-year growth. Next slide. So here are some of those major projects that you'll see in the 14 Council Infrastructure Plan. Completion of the public safety building, beginning construction on Fire Station 4. We're really ramping up on the water quality control plant facility upgrades, the secondary treatment plant. We do have a contingency plan in here to fully fund the Newell Road San Francisco Creek replacement project, should grant funding not come to fruition. We have a number of park improvements, artificial turf, restrooms, neighborhood parks, Foothills Nature Preserve improvements. We have the grade separations, as I noted. We have funding for the capital gap at the Home Key site for the Palo Alto Home Key in partnership with Life Moves. And then those grid modernization fiber and fiber to the home and dark fiber as well. All right, moving past capital, next slide, please. In other funds, so it's not just the general fund and capital investments, but in other funds, there are some adjustments. Parking funds, there continues to be a general fund loan. You will be taking action on your community development block grant funds, which are also included in this proposed. And in the enterprise funds, this is a summary table of the rates that you actually reviewed a couple of weeks ago at your study session on the utility rates. Next slide, please. Okay, so how do we navigate this? What's coming and what happens when? So this slide actually shows us where we're going from tonight all the way till June 19th when the council is to adopt their budget. Tonight is the overview for us to talk about and have the council members give guidance to your finance colleagues. Then over 2 days, your finance committee will deep dive into both of these documents, review them with staff and make their recommendations on any adjustments to it. We have a community listening session in there that the community is encouraged to join this conversation, provide their input and feedback. And then on May 22nd, we'll be back here. So essentially in 4 weeks, we will be back here at a study session with the full council, where that finance committee can report out to the city council on their work over the prior 2 weeks and get feedback from the full council to your colleagues on the committee, because your committee is ultimately going to make a recommendation on May 30th for the final budget for what should be included and amended in that proposed budget. And then on June 19th, that finance committee recommendation will come forward to the full council for adoption. So as you can see, there are many touch points. This will volley back and forth between the finance committee and the full city council in order to get the full body's feedback and input before that June 19th deadline. Last slide. Oh, second to last slide. These are, again, just join the conversation for the community to come along with us as we move through these documents. Next slide, please. So ultimately for your discussion tonight, as we talked about, is for you to provide your colleagues, frankly, general guidance on their upcoming work as they are going to start deep diving into these documents. And also we are, of course, here to help clarify our understanding of the budget process, materials. It is about 1,200 pages of material that you have in those 2 binders. The role as a city council, the role as finance committee, and the like. So with that, turn it back to city manager and the mayor.
That completes our staff introduction. And with that, turn it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Could you provide for us, what are some of the things that you might be looking for from the council ultimately for referral to the Finance Committee? I believe there's the 2.25 million. And then, so if you can kind of briefly go through that, that would be very helpful.
Sure. Perhaps just in general, there is no specific action or direction we need from the council this evening. This is largely, quite frankly, to have the full council oriented on the information that's now before you. As the mayor just pointed out, there is this, we call it a priority, council priority objectives reserve that will be certainly, if there were any initial concerns or perspectives that members of the council that are not on the Finance Committee want to highlight, this is an opportunity to do so. At the same time, there will be another opportunity on May 22nd when the item comes back for a midpoint check-in.
Thank you. Okay, so bring it back to council. You can turn on your lights if you have a question. Councilmember Lowing.
Did you want to do first rounds of just questions, or how did you want to process this?
Questions, processes, no. Please use this as a discussion.
Okay. All right, well, I'm going to start with a couple comments and questions then. So on the forecast, I know you had a lot of revenue streams to forecast, and it was more than just putting a pin in the map. But we know it's not precise. Overall, I've spent a bit of time on that, and I think you're generally about right on the right level in terms of my comfort level for where we are. And of course, we're always going to be hopeful that things like sales tax go up. But the second thing that you built into it, and you mentioned again in your presentation, was that we may still have some sort of a mild recession. So I think caution in the first parts of this year is appropriate. But the second thing I want to ask about is that, are you comfortable that there aren't any other revenue streams? By which I mean, again, you're correct to point out the conservatism of, we had a number of one-time funds that are gone. And being blunt about that, I think is really important, such as the American Rescue Plan and so on. But aren't there some new government programs opening up, like the Inflation Reduction Act? Now, those funds, if they're available, might be more capital budgeting rather than operating funds. But I just question if we want to have them, all those possibilities at zero, or if we want to just have any sort of placeholders in there because they're likely, or what the gauge is on that. And perhaps Ms. Nozay could address that.
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councilmember Lowing. I would say that those kinds of revenues are scattered throughout the capital budget. So as departments and programs are applying for those grant funds, we are matriculating those and putting them in the capital improvement budget as revenue sources. And that's actually how we're able to invest, because we do have both growth in, say, our TOT and our general fund transfer, but we also are recognizing grant funds that are coming through. If grant funds are not at the point where we can count on them, you are right. We don't necessarily program the grant funding in there since they are not necessarily awarded, or we're not far enough along in the award process for us to be confident to carry those kinds of estimates. But unfortunately, all of those programs that are out there are application-based, as opposed to the ARPA funds that folks are used to, which were just a straight formulaic and granted base. Now, obviously, we have reporting for that, but it's different than how the Inflation Act is.
Okay, thank you. And in the budget, are we presuming that all of the staff that is proposed in a given year is built into the budget, or are we discounting that for open positions?
Sure. So the overall budget does carry a vacancy factor. So we look at total salaries and benefits in the general fund specifically, as well as the utilities. And we do carry about a 3 to 5% vacancy factor in terms of vacancy savings. So that's already taken off the top. We already account for that. As for the new staff, most of the staff are added as of July 1, acknowledging that not all of them will be hired as of July 1. There are some instances where we know that even in the first 6 months, it will be difficult to hire. And so we have prorated some of those when we know for certain that, the recruitments are not going to happen anywhere near July 1. So a good example of that would be fiber. Some of the fiber positions we know are not going to come online in July. And so we did prorate those for January. We don't have a universal everything starts in January, everything starts a month later, because oftentimes we are using that vacancy savings, as you know, but for the public as well, for contractual services or temporary help. We'll do rehire retirees or hourly employees until we can get the full-time staffing on board to help us manage through the pace and impacts of the workload.
Okay, yeah, I hope we're being realistic and disciplined in pointing out that if you were going to start hiring, for example, senior staff now, they are not starting July 1st, right? So if you use all that up with folks that are supposed to be on and they're not going to be on, then we can't spend it on something else, before in the first 6 months. So I think we should put a little bit of discipline in that. It sounds like you have. I'm just saying, we should maybe take a longer look at that. I've got a number of other things to say, but my first 5 minutes is up. If you want me to pause.
Yeah, let's give other council member a chance. We'll come back to you. Council member Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo, and thank you to staff for putting together this large stack of paper that landed on my doorstep. Since this is my first time through it, I do appreciate the organization and the transmittal letter up front in the binders. That's what I tried to pour over to figure out how one does this. So I did have a question in the transmittal letter with the operating budget binder. There was a reference to under the reinvesting in services paragraph about your recommendation that we temporarily carry the BSR, the budget stabilization reserve, at the top of the range, the 20% range instead of 18.5. And I was just curious about this when it says recommends a council temporarily carry that BSR at that high level. Are you saying just for the next fiscal year, or what's the sense about timing for that?
Sure. So staff is recommending that because, as Councilmember Lowing said, we've pushed our revenue estimates. We are continuing to reinvest, but we always want to make sure that we're doing a good job of making sure we can cushion any fall. And so since we're pushing so far on some areas from a risk perspective, we recommend to leave that BSR at that 20%. And I would say our recommendation as the budget's currently planned is that we do that until 2026. And then we'll obviously reevaluate in FY 2026 where we already have a deficit. But from a balancing perspective, we assumed that higher level until then.
I just turned my mic off instead of on. Apologies. So is that slide 8 that you're referring to, the general fund balancing? So it would be a 2-year when you say temporarily carry at that level?
Correct. Now I would recommend that we reevaluate that in FY 2026. And one of the things we can do is obviously if you were to drop it down to 18.5, that might help actually with that 6.2 with a couple $1 million.
Yeah, and also I noticed I think there's a typo on slide 8 because I think it's 3.9, not 4.9 in fiscal 2024. So that would give us so that would make us, that would make the total use different.
Oh, you know what? We are missing a footnote on that. There is $1 million coming from a development services reserve. So it is 3.9 from the uncertainty reserve. You are correct, Councilmember Vinker. But there's also in the development center, because there are changes in patterns of work across fiscal lines, we use reserves to help float and make sure they stay solvent. So there's 3.9 from the infrastructure and 1 million from the DSD reserve.
Got it. Okay, so it's still 11.2 of the uncertainty reserve, not 12.2, even though we get to go 4.9. Okay, that's great. If we used, because I was going to ask you, I'm not saying that we should, I appreciate your recommendation, we're just getting started, but just so I understand how this works. If we used more of the $14 million reserves, could we do more of the tier 2 list, for example? Because that's our $2.25 million budget. We have to figure out what's going on. So I guess what I'm saying is that that's a pretty
Sure.
small number. And so things like this would affect that. Is that right?
That's correct. So to your point on if the council chose not to stay at that 20% level and pull it down to the 18.5, then that, I'm going to round, that $3 million that's remaining in the uncertainty reserve, the council could choose to allocate that as part of your actions. I would also say if you allocate it ongoing, that $6.2 million deficit in 2026 becomes 9.2.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if we ought to, see where we are in some of these things first before we spend too much time on the skinning down that list, because it'll have a significant impact on what we can do on that list. So, all right, thank you. That's all I have for now.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, just following up on a couple of my colleagues' points. First, on the vacancy rate, we budget 3 to 5%. Is that what was said? Plus certain ones that we've deliberately prorated. Our current vacancy rate is what across the organization?
I know it's over 10%.
Okay, so that suggests that unless we anticipate a really drastic reduction in the vacancy rate, which we've been working down modestly, but I'd be very surprised if we ended the year in that 3 to 5% range, then we probably are over budgeting in terms of the salary expenses, because we just won't be able to fill all those spots. And then, well, second, I do want to thank my new colleagues for bringing us the most positive looking budget outlook we've had in 4 years. That's greatly appreciated. The other thing that, following up on Councilmember Vinker's question, we not only have the budget stabilization reserve at 20%, we have a second budget stabilization reserve that was created called uncertainty reserve or economic uncertainty reserve, which is really what the budget stabilization reserve is for. So what we've got built in here are perhaps expenses above what we'll actually incur simply because of the vacancy level. And that's not uncommon. I mean, we basically, most years come in with having expended less than what we allocated. But we have this second reserve. And when we contemplated that, it was really based on this added fear of a pending recession. And we still don't have, we never have clarity, but we still have uncertainty there. But I think it's perhaps fair to say that we had greater, higher confidence that a recession was likely and a greater fear that it might be severe than we have now. Those things could still happen. But we probably, from the time that we adjusted that, our need for that has diminished somewhat. And then, Ms. Nozay, I wanted to ask, since we last had a budget update on really we had the outcome in way back in the late fall, we had the long range financial forecast go to the finance committee in December based on, I think, November kind of numbers. And then in February, we had that review. We've since had some updates on our FY22 final numbers, which I think came in even better than what we thought back 6 months ago or 4 or 5 months ago. And then we've had updates. We have time passed on the FY23 in terms of both revenues and expenses. So can you summarize what has changed since that time frame?
I can try. I'm not sure. I might not be following. So the FY 2022 figures were completed and audited and released back in November/December timeframe.
Okay, so we haven't, and nothing's changed there then. Okay,
No, nothing's changed there. There was a surplus that was noted and used, and that's part of why we had that uncertainty reserve.
got that. Okay.
Okay, so those numbers are done, kind of, and set. Now, in terms of FY 2023, we came forward as part of mid-year and identified that we are expecting a surplus in 2023, based on 2022 year end and data thus far. And so we allocated some of that surplus as part of that mid-year, and some of it we left on the table, so to speak. And this budget accounts for what was left on the table. So I would have to go back and look at the exact numbers. I don't exactly remember what we accounted for in mid-year versus what we accounted for in this proposed budget, but we did account for both and all ultimately by the end of this proposed budget.
Well, I'll just say that I tried to find in the summaries what has changed in that FY 23 projection, kind of a revision, since the last time we had seen numbers. And
Yes.
I think they're more favorable, and that would be helpful.
Okay. There is not a table to what I think you're looking for, to your point, and that is a table that we typically do include with the finance committee. So we can make sure that we have the usual kind of general fund revenue details as part of that discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. One other clarification, though, I'd like to make, just to make sure we are on the same page. Things will get confusing as we move through this, so apologies if redundant. That unstable or uncertainty reserve that you had just mentioned is allocated as part of this budget and next budget. So in terms of safety nets, should anything come awry, that uncertainty reserve, other than 3 million, is necessary to keep us solvent in FY 24 and 25. So that it's not sitting out there for us to use should a recession come along. I just want to make sure that that piece is clear.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more lights, so I can go back to, I'm sorry, Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you guys for putting this together. A few questions. I guess, first of all, that we've seen recently, First Republic, they had a bank run of $100 billion, and I think they might get purchased soon. We've also seen there's a lot of vacancies for our commercial properties, especially for office. And there's starting to be a trend of write-downs on these commercial properties because they're not going to be worth as much as they used to be. And then we've also seen heavy layoffs from just about every tech company in the area. And so I do think it's worth it to be cautious here. It's definitely have storm clouds. I have particular questions on, maybe you could bring up page number 34. So on page number 34 in the big binder. Yeah, here you go. So if you scroll down a little bit, so we could, actually, sorry, can someone share the screen, please? On 34. Is that possible to bring it up? Can the clerk do it? Okay, so what was interesting is I looked at net sales, which I think staff mentioned this is our utilities. So it's if you look at that chart there, it's been kind of edging up quite a bit, right? Every year it's been going up, and of course we know that our utility bills have been higher. But the thing that I was trying to understand is because so it went from 37.9% of our budget last year to now it's being proposed to be 43.7%. So that's about a 5% increase. But then if I look at the pie chart for on page 36, which is,
Councilmember Tanaka, I'm sorry, the clerk is trying to catch up with you. So, okay, so this is page 34. I think it was actually referring to the bar graph. It might be worthwhile, Councilmember, if you might repeat what
Yeah.
you just.
Sure. Okay, so if you look at the pie graph down below, and you can see that it's like 43.7% net sales. If you guys don't have it here, but if you looked at last year's, that was actually 37.9. So it's about this in terms of 43.7 minus 37.9, that's a 5.8% increase, right? It's more like 15%, but I mean, in terms of absolute numbers, it's like 5.8%. And so if you scroll up just a little bit to see the bar chart, if you just, yeah, there you go. Okay, you just missed it. Okay. You see net sales kind of like skyrocket up, right? It's like almost like 450, right? And then if you go to the other chart on 36, page 36. Okay, so on 36, okay, so utility purchases, right? So obviously this commodities we have to pay for electricity, water, all that kind of stuff, right? And so, if you look at the utility purchases, you don't see the same kind of profile, right? I mean, it's up, but it's not like the same kind of profile that's going straight up. Like if you scroll back up to the chart again, the prior one, I wish we could see that. So you see this one's kind of going on the net sales going kind of like straight up. The other one's kind of a little bit erratic. So our utility purchases went from 18.3 to 21.2% of our budget, of our expenses. So our net sales is going up by 5.8% versus our utility purchase, which is 2.9%. And my point about all this is that, our residents, the people of our city, have really encountered a very large utility bill, as we all know. And, I would think that what we should do is we should try to keep our net sales aligned with what the cost of the commodities are. The cost of commodities have not skyrocketed as this chart shows, right? This chart here is showing like a pretty, like almost exponential like growth of our rates to our residents. But if you scroll down to the utility cost, please. The slide 36. You don't see the commensurate cost on the utility purchases, right? It's much more muted, right? It's not exponential. So I think for us to be good stewards of the city, I think it's important that we be mindful of that. And while I realize the utilities is kind of a way for us to fund things and stuff, I do also think that's important for us to be competitive on our rates and try to keep cost aligned with the cost of the commodities. So that's one kind of thing that kind of stood out for me. Actually, I'm over time now, but I have more later. Thank you.
Just one note on that, Mayor, if I might, before we move on.
Yes, please.
I just want to make sure for everyone's benefit, everyone understands that source that Councilmember Tanaka identified reflects the totality of the rate funding that comes in, which covers not just the commodity costs, but also the people who are delivering the service, the operations, so that's salary and benefits, as well as the capital improvements. So when we are looking at those kind of year over year numbers, unfortunately, there isn't a direct correlation to just the utility purchase budget category, but it would be the utility purchases plus salaries and benefits plus the capital investment. So I just want to make sure, because there are strong restrictions on where utility funds can be spent. And so we are making sure they're aligned. Understand the point on we should be making sure our rates are as low as possible and mitigating the impact to the customers 100%. I just want to make sure folks understand that it's not a one-to-one correlation.
Thank you, Ms. Nozay. I don't see any other lights, so I'll go back to Councilmember Lally.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the beginning of this report from staff, page X5, basically says that the the people are the core asset in our city. And they deliver the services to the residents. That's absolutely correct, whether it's police or planning. That's what we need. People to, plan for the future and execute on the present. So staff has got that exactly right. So I want to do two things here. Just look at a couple of areas that, again, just as input to the finance committee, that I'm just wondering if they're sized correctly. And then I want to talk about another investment area. So I look at, for example, the police department, and I think going through all the numbers that they're adding 2 police for traffic, which seems light because I think the team that we took out in 19 was like 5. But I don't want to dig into the numbers, but the question here is, are we investing enough in current police to expand traffic detectives and so on? And we also talked about having, what I call beat cops, just more neighborhood cops, which the chief was in favor of as well. So that's one area I would suggest that they take a look at if we're doing enough investment in that. Secondly is in the planning department. It looks like there's going to be 2 major planners hired, but one is to manage historic preservation and the other one's in transportation. So as I look at all these numbers together for all that, it's going to be a net add of about 2 planners. And my question there is, can they do all the work that we have to do on housing and planning and, billing and improving the processes there? And we also didn't even backfill yet for the assistant director of planning, and, Director Lake probably could use some help. So that's an area that I would encourage us to take a look at. And then thirdly, library, which is a hotspot and, very much of interest to our citizens. But if we look at page 288 and 496, with the proposal here, I think net, at some point it said 3, but then it netted out to like 1.5 people. But the current budget is forecasting $3.5 million more than 22 and almost $2 million more than 23. So that's an area where, again, I look at, well, maybe we can phase it. We don't have to jump into it right away. So I would just suggest we take a look at that. And then in HR, we don't have any ads, which kind of gets me to sort of I'll call it a proposal or a suggestion. I think this is a really crucial problem that we have at least a 10% vacancy rate. We just got an update in closed session and on another matter a few months ago that one department is 17%. And, in this document, staff noted that the HR staff noted that they hired 140 people in 23, which is great. But I think the calculation there would be another 150 people that weren't hired. So I think in this budget, we really need to address this critical vacancy problem by really adding funding to either, hire an outside consultant or add it to the workload of our new auditor to just thoroughly analyze this and make some recommendations for changes, because, not hiring and not being able to hire is never a factor of just salary. That's just not the case. So I would just like someone to come in and take a look at, roadblocks to hiring, current internal recruiting practices and best practices, if there's any difference, industry standard for time to fill rate, appropriate mix of staff, and so on. This is just, our most important asset, and the department managers work like heck to get the, whatever it is, 150 people that they want this year, and then we can't fill them. And we can't get anything done. And the consumers feel that, and staff feels that, and council members feel it. So I think it's a very important area to invest in strategically. And I want to point out, I'm not pointing fingers at anyone or making any assumptions. I just think we should, make an investment here in this critical asset. So I like Finance Committee to consider that as well. Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to just add some things. So I agree with keeping the BSR at the recommended levels. And also I wanted to find out the 34.75 FTEs, are they recommended to be hired, or are they already being hired? Are they in place, or it's people that are going to be employed?
That's a great question, Mayor Koo. It's all 3, frankly. Some of them are already on board and they are in temporary overstrength positions, and we'll slot them into full-time positions should they get approved. Others are in the recruitment process. or they're soon to be in a recruitment process, and the solidification of any of these positions would allow for. There are others that will start recruiting once council considers and adopts this budget. And then there are others that, even if approved, aren't going to happen until at least January of 2024. And those ones where we knew that there was that lag, we did prorate those.
Thank you. Also, I wanted to find out, in terms of Cubberley and its budget, I think the I don't know the right word to call it, but the repair fund for Cubberley was basically the 1.8, which was the lease amount that we were paying them before. So I would like to see the finance committee also consider how to increase that fund in order to start moving forward on doing something with Cubberley, because we really have to evaluate whether any fixes is going to really fix the problem, or it's just a temporary, very temporary fix before something else breaks down. So I hope the finance committee can take a look at that. The other thing is, a council member Lowing spoke about police, which I agree with all his points. But I also want to see that the fire department, their equipment, I think needs to be really examined in terms of, their vehicles, whether they do have sufficient vehicles or not. I understand that maybe they could use another fire engine because one of their stations does not have a fire engine. So if we could get a little bit more update about that and then provide it to the finance committee, that would be really great. The other thing that is pending is the animal shelter, right? I know that there's still the discussion with the contract, and also there's that other proposal with in-house. So I hope that that would be a number that you can provide to the finance committee so we can include it in the examination for this budget. Lastly, before my time runs out, is, we have a teen center at Mitchell Park, but I understand that the hours for it is not long enough or during the time that the teens would like to hang out over there. So what does it take to have that teen center opened? And does it take more staffing? What is entirely needed in order to assure a place that we had built for teens to be actually utilized by them? And I think that's all I have more, but before my time runs out, I wanted to ask about the community budget listening session. How is all this information going to be presented to the public so that they can come in and actually ask the questions and know why we have close to $1 billion budget?
Sure. What we plan on doing is a bit of a deeper dive than what we just did with you all, so that we can help explain more of the nuances, not necessarily of the balancing strategy, more focused on the services that are included. The policy level on the balancing strategy is obviously something that's core and critical to our work with the council to make sure that you both, as the fiduciaries of the organization, understand and can make your decisions, but also obviously the services. So we will present in that fashion the impacts or the outcomes, the investments for the community listening session. Also, we strategically placed it after the finance committee discussion so that if community members are interested in certain topic areas, that they could tune into the various sections of the finance committee discussions and deliberations on May 5th and May 9th, and therefore hear that, but then also still have this listening session.
Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Koo. I'm just hoping I can get a little help understanding one sentence in the transmittal letter with respect to under the heading operating budget recommendations. It says in fiscal year 2023, staffing levels increased by 62 positions, with approximately 23 of these positions funded for 2 years only, pending stable funding sources. So I have two questions.
What page?
Page 5 or V,
Roman
Roman
numeral
5,
yeah.
midway down the page. So I'm just trying to understand these 23, what the fate is of these 23 hires, because it does say pending stable funding sources, and it goes on, we talked earlier about the stabilization strategy, and it goes on to talk about, the recommendation to strengthen services, but does not expressly say what happened to these folks. And I'm also, so if you could answer that, and related, what does it mean to fund it for 2 years only when we do this annual budget anyway? So those are kind of my twin questions on that sentence.
Really good questions, and important ones. So those 23 positions with the passage of Measure L are continued ongoing in this budget. So as part of what's included in this 2024 budget is what the council had added one time or for a 2-year period of time in 2023 on an ongoing basis, now that we do have the ongoing funding sources with the approval of those measures. So those 23 are in the budget and continuing on. Now, your question about what happens with 2-year budgeting strategies, and if we add things over those 2 years, what happens once they're over? In theory and in hopes, by the end of those 2 years, we are continually working to stabilize the ongoing funding sources and adapt so that we are able to sustain those positions and or other resources. It's not just staff beyond that 2-year timeframe. So we're always looking at today, but also trying to plan for the future. So from a very black and white technical perspective, after 2 years, if the council does nothing, and obviously if there are no funds to support it, these things would go away after 2 years. But ultimately the goal is to provide enough runway that is stable for people to want to take the job, for us to invest as an organization and start projects while we continue to move towards identifying that ongoing funding source so that we can make them an ongoing position or resource for the organization.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was wondering about, is wanting to try to make them be ongoing positions to attract the best people we can. Thank you.
And Mayor, sorry.
Go ahead.
Mayor Koo, you had just asked one thing about animal services, and I just wanted to let the full council know that staff did include the cost for both capital and contract expenses that was discussed as part of the study session the council recently had in April. So those are already included in this proposed budget.
Okay, thank you so much. I was actually thinking about including the other option so that we can examine it, which is the in-house model. Councilmember Byrd?
Thank you. So I wanted to continue kind of on this high level of what assumptions we should make on how to address this tier 2 set of expenditures. And as Ms. Nozay noted, there are certain of them that are ongoing. And so that has to be treated differently from one-time expenditures. I think it's something like out of the 8.6 plus million, about half of that is items that would be ongoing and half are one time. And we have out of that uncertainty reserve, I think she said it was about 3 million that is presently unallocated and unbudgeted. So that is potentially taking that 2 million or 2.25 million that the council has, it's been identified in the budget, could be applied to tier 2. That would take it up to 5 million if the council decided to use those funds for that purpose. And then I just kind of ballpark this vacancy rate impact. And I think if we're at 60% of our costs, if I recall correctly, are salaries, just rough estimate, if we went from the 3 to 5% range to a 6 to 8% range, so a nominal adjustment of 3% higher, which would still be a significant improvement, lowest vacancy rate we would have had in a number of years, that would bring 4 to 5 million perhaps into it. And that doesn't mean that all the tier 2 would have funding on an ongoing basis, but it certainly changes the picture a lot. And then lastly, I'm going to be interested when it goes to Finance Committee and getting these updates on actually on the FY23 progress that we're making on revenues, as well as where we are on the expenditure picture, a revision to what surplus we think we would have at the end of FY23 versus the previously projected one. I suspect it'll be more favorable. You take, for example, our projection even for this budget, FY24, for sales taxes. We had previously had much lower projections. Even our economic consultant had recently said that it would be several years before we'd get back to the previous peak dollar amount. And we have inflation that's contributing to the increase in dollars. But actually, we're projecting that this year will be $2 million above that 2019 peak. And so there are a number of revenue, and the TOT is very strong. I will say that I think that our revenue projections this year are pretty realistic. Every year you'll have some categories that come in different. More typically, we project conservatively in general, and so more often we have ones that come in ahead of projection. The one that I am concerned about is commercial property tax, and whether there is on the horizon, whether this year or the following year, potential readjustments in commercial property values. And that one worries me. And so that's something to keep a careful eye on. But I do think that if the council wants the Finance Committee to look at a larger portion of the tier 2 that could be funded on the basis that I just laid out or on another basis, that would be very helpful for us to hear that.
Assistant Manager Noze, I thought I heard earlier that the uncertainty reserve of that it is allocated to something. Not
Sure.
identified.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Koo. What staff has identified is that we recommend you allocate it towards the budget stabilization reserve to maintain a higher level at 20%. I believe what Councilmember Burt was alluding to is that reserve itself is not allocated. And so, but yeah, staff does recommend you put it to the BSR.
I see. Okay.
Can I ask a clarification? Is that we have the 20% BSR? Are you saying that 3 million is already in that 20% BSR?
Correct. That 3 million is needed to reach the 20% level.
Got
Yes.
it. Okay, thank you.
And then okay, I see lights now. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one question, since I'm on finance. I've been using this as a more of a listening session. But one question then from staff, kind of going back to a couple of weeks ago, had the conversation about the utility transfer and the opportunity of that still being an option. Can you just remind us of that option in case any members of council want to discuss that tonight?
Sure. Thank you for that question. The council took action back in April to transfer 15.5% of the natural gas utility gross receipts in FY 2024 instead of and you had a dialogue at that time whether or not you should do up to the 18% that the maximum that the voters had approved. This budget aligns with the council action where you had approved the rates and the transfer at the 15.5% level. If the council wished to increase that, we would increase it, or you could increase it up to 18%, which is about $1 million difference in FY 2024 and likely ongoing. I will note for you all, as you are astutely, frankly, figuring out the pieces of this puzzle, that some of these levers that we're talking about, lowering the, whether or not the BSR is carried at 20% or 18.5%, what we are carrying for that natural gas transfer, whether it be 18% or something lower, are all things that staff considered and took into consideration when we were bringing forward a budget that does recommend already a $6 million deficit in 2026. So because we are constantly trying to, as you all are going to do over the coming few weeks, hedge your risks. So at what pace is it appropriate for us to invest? I think Councilmember Burt said, we're one-time monies versus ongoing monies as part of that tier 2 list. So all of those things we will need to obviously keep an eye towards. And the difference I'll say this year from last year is we aren't looking at ballot measures to solve that 2026. We're not looking at new revenues or increased revenues to solve that 2026 deficit like we were doing previously. We're also not looking at us growing out of a recession like we were doing previously. That 6 million negative in 2026, we really do need to think about, one, of course, conservatism in the revenue estimates, but two, it does rely on pure economic growth within the community to help solve that. So that I will say there's not kind of that ongoing sustainability conversation about new revenues into the future. So just something that's different, I would say, for you to keep in mind as you're looking over the next 2 to 3 years and looking at how much to invest one time versus ongoing.
Thank you, Ms. Noze, and thanks for the reminder about the 2 measures. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, a few quick questions. So charge for services, maybe the clerk can bring up page 33 while someone in finance answers charge for services. What exactly?
Large category of revenue in the city's general fund. And it has to do primarily with fees and charges. So all of your programmatic revenues, like a rec program or an art class or golf course revenues or any of those kinds of activities are going to roll through there.
Okay.
And you're also going to see in their charges for services when we are providing services to others. So for example, a big component of that is actually the Stanford fire contract. Because Stanford is paying the city to provide fire services on the Stanford campus. So that's also another example of a charge for service.
And then allocated charges, which would be on page 35.
Sure. Allocated charges is a way for us to make sure everyone's paying their fair share. The city has one bank account in theory, but when you go through this budget, we have about 80 different bank accounts with all kinds of different funding sources. And allocated charges make sure that every piece is paying their fair share of centralized costs, such as your budget team, your attorney's office, your HR team. And so those allocated charges are those essentially kind of chargebacks to each other so that everyone's paying their fair bit.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so back to page 33. So when I look at page 33, and maybe the city clerk just go back, if you scroll down and look at that minus 1%, so between 23 to 24, it looks like, the revenue is down ever so slightly, at least from what I can see there, from $839 million down to 830. So $9 million lower in the 2024 proposed. And then if you go to page 35, so keep in mind, top line revenue down just a tiny bit. But then we look at our expenses, right? And, in order for us to stay in business, because unlike the federal government, we can't print money, it's really important that our expenses do not grow faster than our revenue, right? So our top line revenue is down basically 1%, minus 1%. So anything higher than minus 1%, we're kind of in trouble. So if you look at this list of numbers here, what are the numbers that are above -1%. A lot of the numbers are, right? Not all, but most. But the most alarming number that's above -1% is the salary and benefits. So that number there is at 11%, right? 11.1%. And just keep in mind, inflation right now is at 5%, right? So this is double the rate of inflation. And, it's, many times more than our top line revenue, right? And it's a big number, right? So it's 200, this is $270 million now. So basically this has become about 27.7% of our budget, which used to be about 25% of our budget. So it's a large item growing really quickly. And so if we keep on this course, we're gonna have some issues here. So that's kind of like one observation I was looking at. And the other number that I was looking at, which is not quite as alarming because it's not as big, but still not good, is debt services. So debt services, this is assume the debt that we have to pay for our debts is growing about 10%. Now, fortunately, it's not a huge number. I mean, huge base number, not like selling benefits, which is 10x larger, but still it's growing at a much faster rate. And then the other number that's kind of interesting, but not terribly meaningful because it's not a big number, is the facilities and equipment, which is growing at 61%. But anyways, if you look at like rents and leases, it's growing about what inflation is, about 5.3. So that's okay. Supplies and materials is about 6%. So, a little bit higher, but not too bad. Utility purchases, we don't really have too much we can do about it, except maybe try to hedge it. CIP we're lowering as we probably should, given what's happening. But, the numbers that are way past the rate of inflation are really worrisome. And that's really salaries and benefits, which is the worst, followed by debt services. And the others, a little bit worrisome, but not quite as much of an issue. But I guess I'm just curious to why, because I thought we had mainly fixed rate debt. So why is our debt service growing so fast at twice the rate of inflation?
Sure, I'd have to look into that, Councilmember Tanaka. I suspect it's a new debt issuance coming online, as we had done a few issuances, and there's a phase-in of payments.
Okay.
We can get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. I realize I'm out of time, but I have a bit more. I don't know whether I should try to finish up, Mayor, or just wait till next time.
Councilmember Tanaka, I don't see any other lights, so if you want to go ahead, you can have another 5 minutes.
Okay, so I think the thing that staff has asked us, and the kind of elephant in the room, looking at this budget, right? We have rising expenses that are rising much faster than our revenue. We're taking money out of our BSR. We are seeing in the private sector just bad news after bad news every single day. So the question is, how do we handle a deficit of $6 million? And I think some of my colleagues have pointed out that we have these chronically high vacancy rates. But the thing I wonder is, sometimes some of these vacancies have been there for like a decade, right? So like a long time, maybe not the same position, but the vacancy rate has been stubbornly high for a long time. And I wonder, do we need all these people? Do we need all those vacancies? One thing that we've seen in the private sector is a lot of the companies around us have been laying off people, like 10% of people, 20% of the people. And what's really been interesting, right? You look at some companies like Twitter, which laid off 80% of their people. They're still operating, right? They're still providing their service. And so I wonder, with AI using ChatGPT, do we need as many people as we have? Do we need to have as many vacancies as we have? It's not something we can answer here, but maybe something that each manager could think about. I think the other thing we think about of how do we handle a $6 million deficit is, the point of what we're trying to do, and I didn't point this out, but our contract services only grew about 6%, which is just a little bit above the rate of inflation, which is okay. Maybe contract more stuff out because our salary and benefits and doing it internally is growing twice as fast as contracted services. Contracted services growing at the rate of inflation, but our salary and benefits are growing at twice that rate. Now, of course, if we do things like unionize our cleaning, of course, that's going to be really, we're not going to see a 6% increase. We're going to see like a 10, 20% increase probably. So I think we have to think about that. I think the other thing we should think about is fiber. I mean, is now really the time to go against Comcast and AT&T? Do we really think we could win here? I really doubt it. I think the other thing we could think about is redoing the wastewater split. I talked about this many times for the regional water quality plant. We should really readjust the split between the cities for the capital cost. And the thing that I think staff's already doing, and I agree with this, which is reducing the capital expenditures. That's probably the right thing to do, and maybe needs to slow down even more. But anyways, those are some of my thoughts in terms of how we can handle the $6 million deficit. Thanks.
I just wanted to, a couple of things I wanted to finish on. So on the after school sports activities, I was wondering if you might be able to provide how involved it is and how much the city pays for it and how many employees is involved for these after school programs to the finance committee and then shared later on with the rest of the council. And I hope that we will continue to have a huge emphasis on ensuring that economic development and its recovery is is going to be given its attention. And I think that's all for me. And I don't see any more lights. So do you have any closing comments? City manager?
Only that, again, on behalf of staff, we look forward to the deeper dive with the finance committee and a follow up with the council as a whole.
Thank you for being here tonight. And I think we have to go to public comments. Thank you.
All right, we have 2 public commenters that have signed up, and public comment signups are closed. Mr. Ken Horowitz, you can come and speak for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Ken Horowitz. I'd like to start the conversation from the residents' point of view. And I want to piggyback a little bit on Mayor Ku's remarks about Cubberley. And that's the one item that I'd like to see the council look at carefully, pages 293 to 313. One of the new projects is almost $800,000 for a gym HVAC replacement. Another is for just general repairs to Cubberley, and a third one relates to roofing. As Vice Mayor Stone has pointed out on a previous occasion, fool me once, fool me twice, shame on me. It's time for the school district to come up and pay their fair share. It's enough time for us to bail them out. They own this property. They own the gym. They own the fields. They own the different property that we're leasing, and then they're expecting us to pay for the repairs. Enough is enough. At your study session that you're going to have on May 22nd, I hope this comes up. The lease, which expires in 2024, it's time to bail. Enough of this free ride for the school district. They have plenty of money. We need the money as a city. So if you want to start looking, and it's going to be a slow process to chop at the services that we provide to residents, Cubberley is one of those. And as I said, they own the property, but we're paying the repairs. That's ridiculous. And it's enough is enough. So please, when you look at the Cubberley Property Infrastructure Fund, we can start to cut that by millions of dollars. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Liz Gardner, followed by our last speaker, Heidi Yang. And signups are officially closed.
Hi, yeah, thank you for presenting a well-qualified PowerPoint for the budget, Assistant City Manager. I would just like to point out a couple of things that some of the council members have already done about the budget, and it's 60% of staffing and labor and pensions and, vacations and all that. I was really hoping that there would be included here the numbers for what the resident services have actually served and closed. We as a city rely a lot on our volunteer, for a better lack of a word, army that go out and shelve books every day at our libraries, who help at our art centers, our rec centers, our sports activities, our teen centers. And it would be so amazing to see the in lieu number that our volunteer force is contributing to our to buoying or moving our city forward. I wanted to include the animal shelter there as well, and SRTS, Cubberley, Rec and Park. And in closing, that would be just really awesome, because so many attracted, like Project Sentinel and Life Moves and even Alta Housing. And there are many volunteers with even those organizations that help keep our city afloat. And as far as the former speaker, Horowitz, I really have an issue with what he is projecting there. I live at Mayfield Place, and the soil is owned by Stanford, and it's run by the multi-billion-dollar related Mayfield Place. And Mayfield has to do all the repairs. We did not have hot water for 4 years. Stanford only leases the soil, so they have no responsibility for any of the amenities or any of the fixes. And things like washers and so forth can go broken for weeks or months, and, as I stated before, years. So, if it's a government agency or a private corporation or university who own the soil, there is a lease agreement that happens between the property and the leasee. So, I'm not sure I totally agree with Mr. Horowitz. But anyway, that said, thank you for the discussion tonight and for allowing me to speak on this issue.
Thank you. And our last speaker is Heidi Yang, my apologies.
Hey, you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my name is Heidi Yan. I'm representing the board of Palo Alto Art Center Foundation. First of all, I really want to thank the City Council for helping us recover the 1.87 FTEs during the FY22 and FY23 from the COVID-19 pandemic, reduced services. I do want to bring the attention here is we still have 1.53 FTE staffing that has not been restored to the Art Center, despite the demand for our programs being greater than ever. For example, the summer camp has been signed up within 10 minutes, and we still have a long wait list. So being said that, within this 1.53 FTE, I think 0.53 is asking for installation and the other 1 FTE is looking for the program assistant 1 position. And that's the position will help to provide registration and point of sale services at a counter in the Art Center. We have seen other community has restored that position in FY23, but we still have not get the chance to restore that position for the Art Center. So this is something I would like to point out and hope we can get attention here, because I as a resident in Palo Alto, I've been going to the Art Center, and I see that people coming back and the activity is getting even greater than before the pandemic. So yeah, thank you for the help here.
Thank you for your comments. Mayor Koo, that's the last speaker. And just a reminder to the public that we close public speaker signups now by the end of the staff presentation. Back to you, Mrs. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That concludes a study session on the fiscal. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Liscott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add that I am excited to look at funding a larger percentage of the tier 2, and I am on finance committee, so I will have that opportunity to delve into those things. And we are eager to hear from colleagues, as Councilmember Burt said, if you too are interested in potentially increasing the percentage of tier 2 to be funded. Thank you.
Well, as we all know, Finance Committee is going to delve into this on the 5th and the 9th. So send in your city manager, may they send in their thoughts about tier 2 projects to the Finance Committee or through you?
I think that might present a bit of a Brown Act challenge.
Okay.
So at this point, I would recommend that the Finance Committee take the comments that have been raised, do its work, and then report back on the 22nd, where there'll be another opportunity for the full council to engage.
Thank you for the guidance.
And probably doesn't need to be said, but I'll say it anyway, in view of the public.
Okay, very good. And with that, I don't see any more lights, so we're going to close the study session on the fiscal year 24 budget study session. Now we go to agenda changes, additions, and deletions.
And we have no changes.
Very good, thank you. Now we'll go to public comments on items not on the agenda. Please submit all your cards or raise your hands to speak by the end of the second speaker, and you'll each have 3 minutes.
And Madam Mayor, is it okay if I announce the results of the final vote for the boards and commissions appointment?
Thank you for the reminder. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, and I just wanted to announce in our third round of voting for the final Parks and Recreation Commission position, we have 4 votes for Bing Wei, who received a majority vote to be appointed to a full term. Okay. So thank you, everyone. I want to thank all the members of the public who applied for these positions. We had an outstanding candidate pool, and I just thank everyone for putting their names in. So, right, and then moving on to public comments.
And Madam Clerk, thank you for all your great work on procuring all the candidates. And I want to thank the candidates also, each of the applicants for applying.
Thank you. Okay, our first speaker, thank you. Our first speaker is Ken Horowitz, followed by Talia Shu.
I didn't know it was going to be so. I just want to be quick and wish our city clerk very well in her new role in St. Helena. As you just mentioned, she's going to be missed, and she's done a lot of work, a lot of good work in getting our public engaged. I've had the opportunity to attend a lot of meetings and in person, and she's been great. And so we're going to miss her. I can tell you that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And our next speaker is Talia Shuby.
Good evening, council members. My name is Talia Shuby, and I'm a sophomore at Gunn High School and a member of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or Pacc. As always, I wanted to note my appreciation and support for Palo Alto's Sustainability and Climate Action Plan and its push for electrification, which is a crucial step to reducing emissions. I first became aware of electrification this past year as I joined Pacc to advocate for swift and effective action, and I've learned just how important that is, particularly in the Bay Area, where we act as trailblazers and set the precedent for the rest of the state and country as a whole. Last week, we experienced warmer temperatures, which may seem like a blessing. However, it is only a warning of what's to come. According to the CDC, there were 10,527 heat-related deaths in the US from 2004 to 2018, and the rate only increases every summer. Extreme heat also kills more people than any other climate disaster on the planet, including hurricanes, floods, and wildfires. We have seen the extreme heat Palo Alto can face, especially late last summer. We have also seen the impacts it has on our health and on the power grid. We must prepare for a hot summer and aim to use energy efficiently rather than end up with more blackouts. A crucial step in electrifying Palo Alto is updating our grid infrastructure. The climate change related increase in unprecedented heat waves is just another reason for this much needed upgrade. Better infrastructure design can take better advantage of energy at its source, improving efficiency and lowering demand. We must switch our focus from short-term fixes and replacements to lasting structural change. Another aspect we should take into account is building design. Instead of always relying on air conditioning and closed spaces, we should pay attention and considered when it comes to combating heat. However, we must not expect air conditioning to be the complete solution to increased heat waves. To address both the energy and climate adaptation areas of the SCAP, I urge the Council to prioritize updated electrical grid infrastructure, as well as to mandate better building design. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Maura Uman, followed by, Liz Gardner, followed by Maura Uman.
Hi, thank you for taking my comment. I totally agree with Mr. Horowitz. I wanted to just say that the city clerk has always been responsive, has answered the phone when I've called, has always thanked me and been full of gratitude for participating in civic discourse. And I'm sorry to see her go, although I really wish her well in my old stomping ground of Sonoma County or St. Helena. Is that Napa? Anyway, I do want to reiterate, because it wasn't on the agenda, about the volunteerism in the city of Palo Alto and how important these bodies are to our city services and what they do to keep our libraries running, our rec and parks going, our art centers. I mean, these are our animal shelters. These are dedicated folks, and I know there's some kind of recognition once a year, but these are people that dedicate hours and commitment and passion to services that down up the line are full paid city staff who get benefits and all kinds of things that volunteer would not get. And I just really wanted to put a shout out to them, and I hope we recognize them in more ways than just a general volunteer recognition event. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comments. And our final speaker is Maura Uman.
Good evening, Mayor Koo and City Council members and staff. My name is Maura Uman. I am the president. I'm a resident of Palo Alto and the executive director of Youth Community Service. I too would like to thank our city clerk and wish her all the best. I also wanted to invite the council and public to 2 upcoming events this week organized by Youth Community Service and our partners. The first is on Friday, May 5th from 5 to 9 p.m. at the Epicenter at 1950 Bayshore Road in East Palo Alto. And it's the YCS Art Expo and Service Celebration, a continuation of our program from the Dr. MLK Jr. Day of Service. YCS youth leaders will be hosting an art show that celebrates our positive cultural identities. All are welcome to see live performances and other visual arts created by local youth. At this event, we will also be celebrating the accomplishments of YCS youth in this school year at our celebration of service that will start at 7:30. This event is open to the public. On Saturday, May 6th from 2 to 4 p.m., we're hosting an event called Pause and Connect at the Palo Alto High School Haymarket Theater at 50 Embarcadero Road. Join us for a film screening of Try Harder, an award-winning documentary about the college application process at Lowell High School in San Francisco. hear from youth leaders about ways we can support students with evidence-based strategies to help them through their academics and propel them in life. This event is co-sponsored by YCS, Pacc, Alcove, and the City of Palo Alto. Thank you so much. Oh, I have a little time, so I just wanted to say, give a shout out to Council Member Julie Litkot-Hines for a wonderful event last Friday called Youth Mind Celebrated. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and that's the end of public speaking. Madam Mayor.
Thank you. This concludes public comments on items not on the agenda. And before we go to the consent calendar, let's take a 10-minute break. Return at 8:40. Thank you. Have a quorum. Madam Clerk, are we good to go?
Yes, we are.
All right, now we move on to our consent calendar. Shall we go to public for comments?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any requests to speak on the consent agenda.
Awesome. Then we come back to council and I'll take a motion. I'll move the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Thank you, Councilmember Burt. And Councilmember Tanaka,
No on 8 and 9.
Councilmember Tanaka, no on 8 and 9. Let's take a vote.
All right, Councilmember Lithcott Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
and Mayor Ku.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously on items 5, 6, and 7, and 6-1 on 8 and 9.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak on your no's on 8 and 9?
Yeah, I would. Thank you. And if the clerk could let me share my screen, that would be awesome as well. So I'll start with item 8. So item 8, well, in general, I think it's important that we have high-speed internet. I'm all for that. And I'm, previously very in favor of having fiber to the premise for residential. I think we're late on it. We're probably like 5 to 10 years too late. And I think right now it's such a heavy lift for us to try to get into the fiber business, especially now that AT&T has fiber and Comcast has gigabit, or they're actually advertising to me 10 gigabit internet now. So while I do love the idea, I just feel like we're too late and it's gonna be hard for us to compete. So I can't support that. On 9, so this is about the billing website for our utilities. And so I think this one had several issues. First issue, there's really no performance analysis of the vendor, like how well did the vendor do. Surveys were done, but the results of the survey were disclosed. And as you all know, we've had relatively high utility rates. And so I kind of feel we should have just done subscription. And so one of the things I want to highlight here is, and you can see my screen here, this is the staff report. So from when the service started in 2017 to the end of Amendment 2 in March of 2023, we spent about, a little bit like $240K for that time period, or roughly about $50K per year. And then now with Amendment 3, which is what we're approving here, it's $684,000 for just 3 years. So like for 6 years, $50K per year. And then for the next 3 years, it's going to be $223K per year, right? So we're going basically a 4x the yearly cost. Now, while I think it's important that we upgrade our website and we try to make it user-friendly and whatnot, I just think we have to ask ourselves in a time when our residents are suffering from high utility rates, whether quadrupling our yearly cost for the billing of our utilities makes a lot of sense. To me, this is kind of ironic and kind of, I don't know, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. How do we, how we, just going from 50K a year to over 200K a year, just to me, just rubs me the wrong way. And I think it might rub some of our rate payers the same way as well, in terms of the drastic cost increase that's being approved here. So anyways, for those reasons, I can't support 8 and 9. Thank you.
Very good. Now we move to city manager comments. City Manager Cicada.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could request the clerk's assistance with a few slides. Great, thank you very much. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, hard to imagine, but it's almost summer. And we do have a couple of key dates that are coming up. First off, that would like the community to be aware that if you're interested in reserving a group or individual picnic site, that the site is available now and includes weekend reservations, which had previously not been available. So suspect those slots will be going very quickly. So again, just for awareness, community members, reservation for picnic tables, picnic sites are now open. Also, a very popular date on people's calendars are summer classes and activity registration will open this Wednesday, May 4th at 8:30 a.m. And again, know that this is a topic of great interest for community members, so note that date and time. And then finally, previously reported, but just a reminder here that Mayfet is this weekend with the Mayfet Parade and Fair starting at 10 a.m. on Saturday the 6th. Next slide, please. Also want to try something a little different this time. We've got a roll-up of community input opportunities coming up over the next couple of weeks. First, that on May 13th, the Affordable Housing and Housing Resources Fair that was referenced at our special order, it will occur on Saturday, the 13th. Also, opportunity to discuss with a variety of service providers, including our own staff, the programs offered by and through the city. Next, we have our budget informational session that was also just discussed May 16th at 6 p.m. Then the topic of a prior study session, the Palo Alto Airport Long Range Facilities and Sustainability Plan. We'll have a kickoff public meeting May 17th at 6:30 p.m. And then finally, the next edition of Breaking with the Law with the Palo Alto Police Department will be on May 22nd at Palo Alto Cafe. Additional information on each one of these upcoming events are listed on our homepage under a news item. Next slide, please. Also want to provide a quick update on Palo Alto Link, our on-demand shuttle program that is now, I believe, in its second month of running. Now with over 4,000, or actually worth noting on this first bullet here, based on the current ridership trends, the link is on track to surpass the annual ridership that we previously saw on our crosstown shuttle. So really notable that this has received pretty good reception with over 4,000 rides to date. And we have a community article on our homepage under, again, the news tab with some quick statistics here, with over 90% of the rider reviews providing a 5-star rating. There are on this article some of the top 3 questions about how to access the service and how to access origin to destination, curb to curb service, and why this is a shared service as opposed to having only solo riders. And so all that information is available on via our homepage with a slightly more extended article. Next slide, please. Then noting a number of activities coming up related to Bike to Work and Bike to Everywhere, I think it's called, month. So May 18th will be a specific day where we will have sites around town providing services and support for people who are bicycling around town, both here downtown at City Hall, on California Avenue, and at south end of town at the Wilkie Way Bridge. Then on May 20th, we'll have Energizer Station up and running at Mitchell Park Community Center. And again, further information on this is available on our homepage under a calendar. Then next slide. Then finally, would like to note just a few updates on upcoming city council agenda items. Next week, as the city council is well aware, you'll have a joint session with the planning commission to discuss the revised housing element. Then also wanted to note on your consent calendar for next week, we have a construction contract award for sewer replacement on El Camino Real. The timing of that project is really driven in order to complete that project in advance of Caltrans' much anticipated resurfacing project on El Camino Real. So picking up on a comment, this is one to note where the sewer project goes in before the repaving as opposed to the commonly at least reputed occurrence where it's after streets are repaved that utility work occurs. So we just want to flag that for you and community awareness that that's on your consent calendar for next week. Then the following week, and note to Dr. Horowitz that we have Cubberley. This is still tentative with the agenda that should go out this Thursday, but we are hoping to have that as an item on the 15th rather than on the 22nd, and then that you also have a legislative update and an ordinance related to next steps on accessory dwelling units. Then, as noted earlier, May 22nd, you'll have your finance committee report out. Then we have a number of other items scheduled through June. And as I noted last week, your dockets are on for city council meetings through June at this point are pretty well booked. With that, back to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Now we go to action item 10, which is the adoption of the Community Development Block Grant FY 2023 to 24 Annual Action Plan and the adoption of a resolution approving use of the CDBG funds for FY 2023 to 24. Director Late, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. I would like to introduce the city's CDBG consultant, Tina Roseberry, to join us on Zoom. And she has a presentation to share with the council.
Good evening, Council and Mayor, and thank you for having me tonight. Michael Baker is assisting the city with the CDBG program administration, and tonight we'll just be presenting some information about the city's draft funding year 2023-24 CDBG Annual Action Plan. You want to go to the next slide? So the purpose of this whole process is to review, ask for applications and review potential eligible projects and to finally get to our allocations for the annual action plan. So the city of Palo Alto receives community development block grants annually from HUD, and CDBG is the principal federal program that provides grants for things like physical improvements, economic development, social conditions, homelessness, and primarily the main reason why we have CDBG funds is to fund and help persons of low to moderate income and different activities that will benefit the population. Next slide, please. So the premise of spending annually is based upon the consolidated plan that was done in 2020. So that plan was completed. It identified priority needs and strategies, and each year we try to be as consistent with that consolidated plan as possible. So it's a 5-year plan. We are actually on our 4th year of the consolidated plan. So this is our 4th year, and tonight we're presenting the final activities, the draft activities. Next slide, please. If we're looking at the consolidated plan, that was done in 2020. These are the 5 goals that were important at that time. And I have to admit, the different projects that we've proposed are all consistent with those 5 goals. Next slide. So as part of our annual allocation, there's some ways that HUD would like you to divvy up that allocation. So 15% of that allocation can be spent on public services, and it is a cap. We can't go over the 15%, unfortunately. Also, there's a 20% cap on planning administration, and then the rest of the funds, 65%, is spent down on economic development activities, public facility activities, and housing types of projects, and housing rehab is one of those. Next slide, please. So for funding year 2023-24, our annual entitlement was $514,242. There is some program income anticipated. And as you can see, this is the available funding that we have, $614,242. Next slide, please. So this year, again, I want to remind everybody for social services, it's a 15% cap. The slide before us talked about what that allocation can't go above. We had 6 different agencies that were awarded, and one of them is actually a new activity, Peninsula Healthcare Connection. Next slide, please. There's the city's recommended funding allocation for administration. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, that public facilities, housing, economic development are not under a capped amount. So this year there's 3 that will be funded. We Care, which is an economic development, Rebuilding Together, housing rehab, as well as City ADA curb ramp improvement project. Next slide, please. So here's our timeline, kind of the phases of where we've gone with this year. We've just completed our 30-day public comment period. Tonight here, you can see where we are on our timeline here. We're at the City Council meeting, and where we go from here is submission to HUD by May 15th. Next slide, please. So the 3 things we need to have council recommendation make a motion tonight for is to adopt the funding year 2023-24 annual action plan, as well as its resolution. Authorize the city manager to be able to certify those necessary documents that will go to HUD. And number 3, authorize and submit the annual action plan to HUD by our deadline of May 15th, 2023. Next slide, please. I believe that concludes our presentation. If there's any questions, comments, I'm here to try to answer any of those for you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Roseberry, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
We also have Claire Campbell, our manager for long-range planning, also available on Zoom. So back to you, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I don't see any lights right now, so why don't we just go to the public for public comments?
Madam Mayor, we have one request to speak, and that's Liz Gardner. Ms. Gardner, you can unmute and speak up to 3 minutes.
Am I on?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, this is an amazing presentation. It's short and sweet. We were devastated by the development budget going away under the governor, former Newsom, and I'm just super pleased that HUD has stepped up on this. What I'm proposing, because housing is so extraordinary, the cost of living is so extraordinary, that, you know, clothing, food, things that are so critical to the quality of life here for people earning under $125,000 a year is so critical that some of this funding go to the Parks and Recreation Department to supplement some kind of benefit to families that earn under that or are low income or income based, and that I know currently it's a 50% discount for income-based families, but that some of this funding, because it's so critical that our children get involved in these teen centers and activities after school and sports and art and music, that, you know, that we increase this 50% to maybe 80%. 1 or 2 time programs per season for our low income residents. And that way they can be very involved and participate in our citywide activities. And so that's where I want to go with this, since it is a HUD procured funding source, that it go to human and social activities for our youth. They are suffering right now, and housing is not going to get cheaper. Become more it's just not there. So if we could supplement that as a city and buoy again, and just give our kids a net in which they can do positive reinforcement, positive outlets to do things that are going to really push them forward in this very, very volatile housing market. I would really, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's our only speaker. Back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. That concludes public comments. Back to the council. I see Councilmember Lowing's light on.
Yes, one quick question. The background section on page 89 notes that it's to provide decent housing and a suitable living environment, et cetera, principally for low and moderate income persons. So when we're allowed to spend $211,000 on sidewalk repairs, are there any requirements to be sort of neighborhood specific to address that income level?
So yes, I'll invite Ms. Roseberry to comment on that. But my understanding is that those ADA walkway improvements are related to a service provider for that population. But Ms. Roseberry, you want to confirm that?
So doing ADA types of projects, it's a presumed benefit. HUD considers it a presumed benefit, and that all low to moderate income, elderly, seniors, children benefit from that type of improvement. And they consider that a project that could be, helpful for any of those populations.
Okay, and obviously it isn't capped because we're spending about 1/3 of the funds on that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
A few quick questions. First question is, I don't know if staff has seen the article on Life Moves and kind of its efficacy. I don't know if staff has had a chance to follow up with them and kind of see, what are some of the, what the plans to kind of address some of the shortcomings.
So familiar with the article that you're referring to, but with respect to the CDBG program, we have, I don't believe, and Ms. Roseberry and Ms. Campbell can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I don't believe that there's been any specific outreach with respect to this current allocation that's before you this evening, but I'll pause and let others chime in.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, no more insight in terms of Life Moves, in terms of its effectiveness.
So I will note that with respect to the program CDBG, there are there's auditing and performance measures that are checked relative to what they're being funded for. We review that annually, and in that regard, which is different than the subject that was of the article, they are performing, for the program.
Okay. Second question is Peninsula Healthcare Connections Harm Reduction Materials. What exactly is that?
Ms. Roseberry, can you assist on that one?
Yeah, Peninsula Healthcare Connections, when they refer to their whole objective is to deliver this harm reduction materials, and the funds that we're providing them, which is $10,000, will pay for a part-time peer support type of specialist, they're calling it, that will deliver these services and kits to Palo Alto, to a listing of those most vulnerable populations who are in need of those. So they provide program marketing materials with that, and it's all in an effort to reduce substance abuse in a controlled manner. And they are doing this already, and they're hoping to do this for those in need, utilizing these funds this year.
Are they going to be doing this here in Palo Alto?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Are they currently doing this in Palo Alto or not yet?
They are, but they've never been funded through CDBG before.
I see. And how's it worked so far in our city?
Well, I think there's a large need for it. I don't think they would have applied had they not determined there's a larger need.
So there's application requirements to qualify. They've submitted, they've met those qualifications. We have not had a chance to evaluate them under the program yet. This is their first year receiving funds.
I see. Okay. Are you familiar with some of the harm reduction programs in San Francisco and kind of like the open drug markets and stuff like that? I'm assuming this is not the same kind of setup as that, right? But maybe correct me if I'm wrong.
Ms. Roseberry, do you know, or Ms. Campbell?
This is Tina. I don't know that I can answer that question specifically. I know that other homeless programs like Life Moves, when I compare this to other programs that I'm involved in, it's something similar, and they sometimes call it street outreach, and they will provide kits like this and help out those on the streets. But this is a little bit more in a controlled environment than completely like street outreach would be.
So what exactly are in these kits?
I haven't seen them personally, but maybe that's something that we could talk more in depthly with them about.
Okay, because I'm not sure if you've ever been to San Francisco and some of the areas in there where they have these open drug markets, but I hope they're not going to be passing out drugs in Palo Alto. I hope that's not what's happening. So that's why I'm just curious to know, because I personally think that, at least from what I've seen in San Francisco, it hasn't been terribly effective. And so I just want to make sure that's not what's happening here.
Well, what they're helping out their potential clients is to reduce the negative effects of substance use with respect to the rights, I guess, of those users. So they kind of have a, client listing and a purpose, an endearing purpose for them. And they have established a need for that in Palo Alto.
Okay. Is there somewhere in the staff report that has more details about this?
Yeah, let me ask Ms. Campbell. There was an application, I believe, that is associated with the agency's request for funds. Is that an attachment to the report?
So the full application package is not included in the staff report, but in the annual action plan document, there is more detail on the services that Peninsula Healthcare Connection is proposing that they would be providing for the services for their program. So that is attachment A.
That's on the packet page 124.
124. Okay, great. I'll go read it. Thank you.
Councilmember Lifcott Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to commend the staff for this very interesting and exciting action plan. And in looking at attachment A, given that affordable housing is one of the articulated goals for use of these funds, then at to affordable housing. And I just want to commend the staff for this articulation. In that first paragraph, you've got local opposition is another common obstacle to building affordable housing, as many neighbors have strong reactions to infill and affordable housing developments. Their opposition is often based on misconceptions, such as a perceived increase in crime, erosion of property values, increase in parking and traffic congestion, and overwhelmed schools. However, to ensure a healthy economy, the region must focus on strategies and investments that provide housing for much of the region's workforce, for example, sales clerks, secretaries, waiters, baristas, teachers, and health service workers, whose incomes significantly limit their housing choices. I just want to commend you for the articulation of these barriers in writing and remind all of us that this is something we're up against. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of questions on the Rebuilding Together Peninsula, those 5 households that were identified. Are those all private households? Again, like single family homes, privately owned? Just a little detail on that.
They are owner occupied. So those are, all 5 will be and must be, as part of their program guidelines, be owner occupied, low income homeowners who are income verified as part of the process.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And could you get a little more detail on We Care and their services? I know they're new to our CDBG funding. I'd like to know a little bit more.
Okay, sure. So We Care is in the category of economic development. So We Care is a for-profit business, and they are helping out. Their mission is to help out small, micro type of businesses, and they focus in on family childcare home providers. So they help those daycares to basically improve their businesses. So they will work with them, get them enrolled in this Boost program. That's a program of theirs that helps get their daycares recognized through a website and portal, help get them new business in terms of if they have openings, they get to have their daycares out there for other matching up parents to the daycare that might be in the best location with the certain price line. And then they also help them improve their budget and how they're budgeting and how the kids are performing and how parents and the children and the daycare are all working together. So they are an organization, a for-profit organization that helps out these daycares. And there's many daycares already signed up to want to be part of this Boost program, and they'll be focusing in on those that want this help. So there's already 19 or so child cares who have been on the list, and this will enable them to be a part of the program without, the small daycares, without having to afford the upfront costs of getting into the Boost program.
Wonderful. Thank you. Now sounds like an important program. I appreciate staff's and the Human Relations Commission's work on this. When I was on the HRC, I think I volunteered multiple times to be on the CDBG ad hoc committee, and just to let my colleagues know, they do a very deep dive into all these programs, do their due diligence, oftentimes hold interviews, and so I think we should definitely defer to their ability and expertise to be able to do that deep dive. And I think all these programs sound wonderful. Wish we had more money to help them out even more. And Madam Mayor, if you're entertaining motions, I'll move the staff and HRC recommendation of approving the CDBG budget.
Second.
Okay, I will entertain the motion from Vice Mayor Stone and seconded by Councilmember Lithcott Haynes.
Thank you. I don't need to speak to it further.
Nor do I.
In that case, I'd like to ask some questions. Thank you. I wanted to find out, it's in the plan when I think it's HRC who goes through and comes up with a plan. Is that how it works?
There's the staff will take the initial lead and there's a lot of regulatory requirements for CDBG funding. And so we go through that application process, a notice of funding availability, and we go through that opportunity. We have, as you know, several agencies that we work with. Sometimes there's some new ones that come into the program. We review those applications and then we send it to the HRC for their review. And as Vice Mayor noted, critical review and recommendation to council.
So as you develop the new plan, I was wondering, the public services 15% cap, is that something that's dictated by the state?
It's federally dictated, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's unfortunate. Because as we come out of the pandemic, a lot of services was actually, there's a lot of help from the federal government and from the state government. As we're coming out of the pandemic, a lot of those funding is going away. So, these are public services that people really need, and we're not going to be able to go past the 15% cap, which is really unfortunate because all of this helps a lot of people. Like the Peninsula Healthcare Connection, they're right here at Opportunity Center. Their clinic is right here in Palo Alto. And as you can see, it actually benefits people right here. And then, of course, Vice Mayor Stone asked about We Care, which is actually helping childcare, small childcare facilities expand and also sustain their businesses. So I think there's a lot of great things. Now, on the public facilities, the no cap, I was wondering if the team who is building this plan can take into consideration some of these capital projects, maybe make them smaller in the dollar amount so more can be allocated elsewhere. I mean, of course, I would have loved to seen it go towards public services, but if it can't, I guess going to rebuilding together or affordable home projects, that's also good. So I totally agree and look forward to supporting the motion. No more lights? Okay, let's take the vote.
Councilmember Lowing,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott Haynes,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And this concludes item number 10. We move to item number 11, which is a public hearing, quasi judicial. It's regarding 2147 Yale Street. Recommendation on applicant's request for a preliminary parcel map with exceptions to divide an existing 5,770 square foot parcel into two approximately 2,885 square foot lots, smaller than the minimum allowed by the zoning code. The zoning district is R&D NP, 2-unit multiple family residential district, and it has a neighborhood preservation overlay. I have a disclosure My husband and I have had professional dealings with one of the principals to ensure no conflict or the perception of conflict as per AB 1234. I will recuse myself, and Vice Mayor Stone will chair the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see two lights before we move on. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, about maybe a couple months ago, the applicants went to my office hours. It was live stream on Facebook, so you guys can watch it if you want. But pretty much everything they talked about was already in the staff report. And then I talked to them just a few minutes earlier, but it was more just about nothing to do with this item in particular.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Approximately 2 months ago, I spoke with one of the applicants in my office hours, and I received no information that wasn't a part of what was disclosed in the packet. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further disclosures? Great. Then we'll turn it over to staff report.
Great. Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone. And again, good evening, Council. I'd like to introduce Emily Foley, planner in our office. She will do the presentation for this side.
Thank you. Good evening. If we could move to the next slide, please. So the project request that we are considering this evening is a 2-lot subdivision of an existing 5,770 square foot parcel in the 2-unit multifamily residential district neighborhood preservation overlay. That is what RMDNP stands for. This parcel map application requires an exception to allow the resulting lots to be smaller than the minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet, and for the lots to be shorter than the minimum depth of 100 square feet. As a result, this application would also create non-conforming setbacks and floor area for the existing housing units, which are not proposed to change. As a result of this lot split, the resulting lots would be approximately 2,885 square feet each. Next slide, please. This application was initially received on November 30th last year. The current property owners of the 2 houses own each unit as a tenancy in common arrangement, or TIC. This project requires a parcel map exception for the reasons that I noted on the previous slide. However, I wanted to mention that a lot line adjustment is not the was not a option for the application process because this is currently 1 legal lot. A lot line adjustment would be between 2 existing lots. It's not a parcel map because it is a parcel map with exceptions. It requires the exceptions. And an SB 9 urban lot split was also not an option because it is not an R1 or RE zoned property. And as the applicant will explain further in their presentation, the arrangement, in their opinion, deprives the homeowner of property rights and privileges and their ability to sell the property. Next slide. The Planning Commission recommended denial on February 22nd, 2023. Attachment C of the staff report includes the denial findings, which have been updated from the draft included in the PTC report to reflect their discussion. And although the Planning and Transportation Commission did not agree on all findings, only one finding needs to be not made in order for the project to need to be denied. Next slide, please. This map shows the original tract map from 1891 for College Terrace, as well as the inset, which shows the subject property 2147 and 2149 Yale. The underlying lots established on this map were all 25 feet by 115 feet along this block. However, because the underlying lots were never separately conveyed, they are not legally recognized. The legal description of this property does reference this map, as is common for many of the properties in College Terrace. However, that description referencing this map does not make this two separate lots. It rather describes the single existing lot as being two of the lots from this map. Next slide. This slide shows the existing condition of the two. And the use per the zoning code is two family under one ownership, and the existing tenancy in common arrangement meets this definition. Next slide. This shows the proposed subdivision as previously described with the two 2,885 square feet lots and their dimensions. Next slide. Staff recommends the proposed motion to deny the project because the lot is substantially smaller than the minimum allowed. It would create non-conforming setbacks and floor area. It meets the findings for a subdivision which require a project to be denied, specifically finding number 3, and it does not meet the findings for an exception required for approval for the exception for findings number 2 and number 4. I understand that that is a little confusing. It cannot meet the findings for the first part, and then there are reverse findings as well as regular findings. Next slide, please. Council may also wish to consider in the long term of policy regarding single-family housing units that the state laws such as SB 9 have given increased density to the R1 zones, and these have not been granted to the R2 and RMD zones, which also contain predominantly single-family houses. And so options to address this may include in the future considering rezoning the RMD parcels to R1 or changing R2 and RMD regulations to allow for small lot subdivisions or greater unit density, but that would not be a part of tonight's decisions. Next slide. And that concludes my presentation, and the applicant has a presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foley. I'll also like to note, Vice Mayor, that Vice Chair of the Planning and Transportation Commission, Ms. Brian Chang, is also available to offer the PTC's comments from their meeting.
Wonderful. Thank you. So Ms. Chang's here to be able to address questions of the council, or she has a presentation as well?
Not a presentation, I don't believe, but she's shaking her head no. Okay.
So we'll move to the applicant's response then. I believe 10 minutes, correct?
That's correct. 10 minutes and then 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Great. Thank you. Welcome.
What do I need to do? It's okay. Good evening. My name is Firth Griffith. I live at 2149 Yale Street. My wife and I have been in the community since 1988. As a volunteer myself, I'd like to thank you for your service. I'm here today to support my neighbor, Catherine, who wants to sell her home. Catherine can't sell her home today because of a loophole the developer exploited when he failed to sell a permitted duplex to a sole buyer in the spirit of the RMD zoning regulations, thereby arrogating to himself the power to change the city's rules arbitrarily on duplex sales. So I'm here to ask the council's favor to split our lot to let Catherine sell her home, affording us the same rights and privileges other Palo Alto residents enjoy. The city's and our interests align in correcting mistakes. Number one, we're two unrelated families with no axe to grind with the city. We plead to you to help us correct mistakes we both made. Ours is the only TIC in an RMDNP zoning district in Palo Alto, so our problem is unique. Our solution presents no precedent and requires no upzoning or special consideration. No new map is required. As to the missteps of the owners, we signed TIC agreements with guidance from Santa Clara County, Tax Authority Office, real estate agents, and consultants on the assumption the city would correct the issues authorities raised. Specifically, number one, a duplex was permitted but never built. A sole buyer was required but never enforced. An underlying lot line exists, but it bisects our two new homes. Despite planning department's persistent claims to the contrary, we don't live in a duplex. We don't share a wall. We're just two separate families living in two detached homes. As to the city's missteps, it never rescinded its duplex sole buyer purchase agreement. It never legally certified a duplex could be sold to two separate families. It never made pertinent records available to us at the planning department. Compounding mistakes have taken a human toll. These missteps have caused unintended consequences. Given the loophole used to build and sell these two dwellings separately, under cover of a duplex with a shared wall tied to a TIC, one owner was sued for non-performance and the other's assets were collateralized, both outcomes due to the failed sale of my neighbor's property. We now both have no option but to sell in unison to either a single investor or Stanford University, resulting in loss of tax income to the city. Next, my neighbor, Catherine, and our advisor, John, will offer further details. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Catherine Gelman, and I live at 2147 Yale Street, and I am a volunteer for animal rescue. This house that you see before you was going to be my retirement home, and instead I was sued for non-performance. 2 years ago, I put an offer down on this house located in Salinas Valley. It is truly a one-of-a-kind house, built on 44 acres in a setting that's straight out of a John Steinbeck novel, with rammed earth walls, pine ceilings, and Spanish tile. It felt like heaven on earth to me on my very first visit. In 2021, I started volunteering for a donkey sanctuary up in Hopland, California, called Oscar's Place. I fell in love with these animals and with the need to help rescue them from kill pens and slaughter factories. This house was going to be my dream home where I started the next chapter in my life, the donkey sanctuary. My purchase offer was accepted contingent on the sale of my house here in Palo Alto, which was the only financial way I could make this transaction work. No one, especially the listing agent of the Salinas house and my own real estate agent, thought that I was not going to be able to sell a 5-bedroom, 3.5-bath house built in 2010, 1 block from Stanford University in a hot real estate market of June 2021. Next slide, please. 2147 Yale received a lot of interest, a lot of verbal offers above asking price, and a lot of comments as to why it was listed so cheap. Next slide, please. Yet when these prospective buyers read the 3 different Tennessee in Common documents that were over 40 pages, they vanished. There were no lowball offers, there were no written offers, there were no offers at all. I then found myself being sued by the seller's listing agent in Salinas for breach of contract when my house did not sell, and I subsequently took it off the market. Next slide, please. And then next slide, please. And then one more. The truth is, no one wanted to purchase a so-called duplex that is a detached home in which your neighbor owns 50% interest in, and where you might be financially responsible for paying. No one wanted to purchase a home where you can't get a home equity line of credit because of the TIC. There was only one lender that will offer a mortgage to a TIC home in Palo Alto, and those interest rates are not competitive. The only entity that was interested in purchasing 2147 Yale was Stanford University, but only if I could convince my neighbor to sell at the same time that I wanted to sell. For the next 2 years, my neighbor and I devoted more time and more money to address these inconsistencies and these roadblocks. And I ask each of you to please advocate for us and allow us to split our lot so we can move on and move forward in our lives. Thank you. John Hanna will present next.
Thank you, Catherine. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're not going to cut me off after 10 minutes because I think this is too important to limit us to that amount of time. I represent Catherine Gelman and Firth Gelman. My name is John Hanna. I hope, and I think I can assume with good reason that you have read my February 3rd memo that was attached to the staff report. And I hope you've had a chance to read the letter which the clerk was to have delivered into your package today. I'm not going to take the time to go through all of that. Instead, I'm going to limit myself to what I think is really the essential part of this case, what's really important. An old law professor once said, you have to know the facts before you know the law. So let's talk about the facts here. You've heard from the staff that there is one lot here, a lot. I'm here to tell you there is no such lot. There is no such parcel A or parcel X or whatever. There are 2 lots, not one. Could we see slide number 14? You will see this is the original College Terrace map, which created this subdivision. And if we could see slide number 6. You'll see a blow up showing these 2 existing lots as they are shown on that map. And then if we could see slide 15. This shows where the 2 lots are in relation to some surrounding lots. Now, the developer in this case was allowed to build across these lot lines. Could we see slide 16? You can see how the yellow are the 2 lots together, not one lot, but 2 on the map. But you'll see how the homes are built with the lot line running right through the middle of both homes. Now, why was he allowed to do that? He was allowed to do that because he said, well, we'll have a tenancy in common agreement. You've heard what's wrong with tenancy and common agreements. Can we see slide 13? Slide 13 is the legal description of these 2 lots. It's the same legal description that would have been there in 1891 when the map was filed. It's never been changed. It's the same legal description today. That's the description that's on the deed. It's on the description that's on their title reports. It's the description that's on their title insurance. There are all these 2 lots and only these 2 lots. There's not some larger lot. It does not exist. So we've got 2 lots, we've got 2 houses with a lot line running between them. What do we do about it? Well, the legislature at some point adopted Government Code Section 664112D, which established this lot line procedure, which was a simplified procedure that said, when you have lots and you want to change the lot lines, you may do so with a simple lot line adjustment provided that you don't create any more lots than there were to begin with, and provided that you're not in violation of the zoning general plan, et cetera.
And sir, I apologize. You're a little bit, a minute and a half over time. You do get 3 minutes for rebuttal after we take public comment.
I will take a little bit more time if you don't mind, please. Thank you.
We're already over time, but you'll be given 3 minutes rebuttal when we come back from
And
public
I
comment.
submit to you that I don't think in view of that that's fair, and I object to being limited to that amount of time, but I will try to speed this up.
And we can do that when we come back. It's our council policy and rules. We apply them equally to every applicant that comes before us. So after public comment, we'll come back to you for 3 more minutes, okay? Thank you.
You mean you want me to stop now and come back?
You have 3 minutes for rebuttal after we take
All
public
right,
comment.
just for the record, I object to this procedure as not being consistent with due process.
It's consistent with our rules and policies. Thank you. City Clerk, can we open it up to public comment?
It looks like we only have one request to speak. One moment. And our public commenter is Liz Gardner. Ms. Gardner, you can unmute and speak for up to 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you. My name is Liz Gardner. I live at 2500 Mayfield Place. It's right on the edge of College Terrace. I'm not entirely sure what the argument is here, but I do know that it's important to create more housing in Palo Alto. And I'm actually right in front of the said design of this house because I wanted to kind of get the real-time understanding of what's going on here. And I just want to say that College Terrace is kind of a closed down situation. It seems to be a gated community. As a resident of 2500 El Camino Real, Mayfield Place, I am not even allowed to be a participant of the College Terrace Housing Association because of boundaries. There are so many boundaries over here. I'm not quite attuned to the situation. I mean, apparently if you cross California onto the other side where Wells Fargo is, you are, or you live there, you're excused from being a participant of the College Terrace Neighborhood Association. College Terrace is ripe for multifamily housing. There is so many odd sort of gates and you can't pass throughs and you can't go through here. Just FYI, I mean, College Avenue itself was a creek that came down from the foothills and was covered over by the city of Palo Alto in, 1880, 1900. So there's been changes through history on the boundaries and demographics and all sorts of things. So I'm not sure where this person is going with these agreements or city plans, but if we can get more housing in single family home areas, that is where I am promoting. I'm not sure what the argument is that somebody doesn't want some split lot or this or that. We need more housing in diluted areas of single family home neighborhoods here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Chair Stone, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just to check on the sequencing here, we go back to rebuttal now after public comment? Yes. Okay, wonderful. And we'll call back the applicant up as a reminder. You have 3 minutes for rebuttal. Thank you.
To which I object, but I will try to be fast. Why did the staff say we cannot recognize these lots? Because the Supreme Court said in a case that if lots were described on a map that was recorded before 1893, we don't recognize those lots. Why? Because in 1895, the State Subdivision Map Act was passed. And that means that in order for a map to be approved, you had to have streets, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, infrastructure, all in place or approved plans with a bond. Now, what were the facts in this case in front of that court? They were looking at 1,000 acres in Sevastopol with a grid system on it. That was it, piece of paper with grids on it, with lots on it. There was nothing but fields there. And they said, we can't take this property that's part of this subdivision and call that a legal lot under these circumstances. So that's why they adopted the rule that if the map was recorded after 1893, you were okay, but in our case, 1891, you're not. So the staff says, Supreme Court says we can't recognize those lots. To go back to, you don't know the law unless you know the facts. Now, suppose that court was looking at the map of College Terrace. Now, shut your eyes for a minute and imagine College Terrace with fields, maybe some of the Leland Stanford's cows or something. And they're being asked to prove these two little lots. Of course, they're going to say no under those facts. But in this case, you're looking at a subdivision that's been there with streets, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, infrastructure for 100 years. Now, I assure you that this council can recognize those two lots, and no court is going to tell you that you were wrong under these facts. If the facts change, the law changes. And that's what we're dealing with here. So you could recognize these two lots and then what? Well, then you got two simple things. Number one, you can follow the lot line adjustment procedure, which is very simple. And you could do one of two things. You could say, we'll do what the staff said, which is going all the way around the mulberry bush. Well, we don't have lots, but we'll create lots, but we'll create them with exceptions. But, oh, wait a minute, we can't do that because they're non-conforming, overlooking the fact that all the other lots around them are also non-conforming anyway. But you could say, okay, we'll approve the appeal. We'll approve the map, or we can deny the appeal, and we can tell the Planning Commission that this council will be happy to approve a lot they want to do and not leave them in this pickle of having the only logical buyer for these lots to be Stanford University, which means you lose the tax from those lots. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. We will return to council for discussion. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So first, can staff go through more carefully the basis why findings 2 and 4 cannot be met?
So for 2 and 4, it's specifically exception findings 2 and 4, not preliminary parcel map findings 2 and 4. So this is on page, I'm seeing it as page 13 of the mini packet. Unfortunately, I don't know which. Yeah. 155. So it's on packet page 155.
So there's two sets of
That's-
findings,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
There's
that's more
subdivision
clear.
findings, and then
Sorry.
there's the exception findings. It begins on 153. The exception findings, which Ms. Foley is going to walk you through, is on 155.
And let me jump over to an alternative, which is if we can't make the findings, there would be an option to rezone the parcel to R1. It's a little bit odd because normally we'd have this argument that we should be not downzoning those parcels, including by many housing advocates would say that we should not be downzoning them. But it would be a solution to this particular issue.
So rezoning would be a separate application type that would have to come back and be considered at a future date. I believe it has a requirement to go to the Planning and Transportation Commission before being recommended to the council.
Right. I wasn't assuming we could do that tonight. Yeah.
And I think, Councilmember, where housing advocates and the state might be concerned about the downzoning would be in terms of density. But with SB 9, if it's rezoned to R1, there really is not a reduction in density. And so that chief concern is somewhat mitigated by state law.
And so under SB 9, if this was rezoned as an R1, it would be a pretty straightforward SB 9 application and approval to be able to split this. Is that correct?
Likely, yes. We haven't done a full analysis on if it would be eligible under SB 9, but it is definitely possible.
And maybe just to expand on that further, we do have a set of council endorsed objective standards. And if they meet those standards, then, yes, that would be a straightforward application.
Okay, so let me jump back then to the findings. So finding 2 is around this question of preservation of substantial property right. And I don't know if this is more a question for the city attorney, but this right to independently be able to sell their home, is that arguably a substantial property right that they would not be able to exercise?
Yeah, that is not a right that applies to this piece of property. Albert Yang is on the call and he can help. This is a single lot and there is not a right to separately sell the 2 buildings. There are many situations in which 2 buildings which are homes, can exist on a single lot. For example, an R1 home with an ADU in the back. We do not allow those to be separately sold. They are owned by one owner that can rent them both or rent one of them. And that's the situation with this piece of property.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Ames.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Sticking with the city attorney, could you just explain that further? Because it is owned by 2 separate people who did not buy it at the same, they're
Right.
not related. They
Right.
didn't know each other before. They
Right.
bought what they thought were different homes.
Well,
different
I can't
lots.
speak to that last statement, but that's what a tenancy in common is. When you buy a piece of property, you can do that. You could buy a single structure in that way. And that's very common in some areas. It's not that common here, but it's a very old and well-established form of property ownership. And that was the ownership interest that they acquired. And that's what they own now.
And
A
there's some
50%
intimation that-
undivided interest in both homes.
And the applicant is saying something about in the procurement, there were conversations with the county and tax lawyers, and there was some sense that this was going to get corrected. Let me ask it this way. Does the Santa Clara County tax assessor assess the value of the properties on that horizontal line, lot 1 and lot 2?
I can't imagine that that's the case, but does staff have an answer to that?
We haven't had conversations with the County Assessor's Office.
Because what we're hearing is that you've got a big rectangle, lot 1, lot 2, according to the old maps, with the horizontal line, dotted line down the middle dividing them. And then 2 houses have been built, you know, and sort of on the left and on the right, so that each sits on 2 properties. And the implication was made by the applicant that if her neighbor did not pay his half of the property tax, she would be liable for it.
That is what a tenancy in common means. And that's the interest that both of these individuals acquired.
But it doesn't make any sense. It feels to me that there's a problem that is articulated and solvable. And I'm asking, what's the harm? We're hearing the harm that these are not resellable. The applicant put the house on the market in a hot market, had lots of interest, verbal offers, and then people dug into the problems that I'm not going to touch this with a 10-foot pole, except for Stanford, who we know is interested in buying a property, and we know that has a negative implication on the city. So I'm having trouble squaring sort of the letter and the spirit here, and appreciate Councilmember Burt's suggestion that maybe there's a zoning solution here, make it R1, and SB 9 might allow this wrong to be righted. It feels to me like you have an applicant tied in a 3-legged race to somebody somewhat unintentionally. I see you're saying they knew what they were getting into. It was a tenancy in common. I'm not sure that we've heard enough facts on what was knowable then, or what they did know or should have known. But it feels like the city is insisting on tying them together in this 3-legged race when there may be a solution that's available.
Right, and there might be, and the staff has outlined a number of options to move forward. This solution, we feel, really isn't available because the findings can't be made. And Councilmember Burt was starting to explore that with staff. Staff has laid it out in the staff report. The city did not make an error here. There very well may be a way forward, and we have outlined several suggestions that need to be initiated and analyzed on their own terms that are not before you tonight. They're not before you tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I think it's a good distinction between this being a quasi judicial item and that option being a legislative item. That legislative item would have to come at a later date. And so I think good for us to remind ourselves we are looking at the facts and the law here and ruling on that. Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone, and thank you, staff, and thank you for your presentation. I want to be clear, just for the record, that this particular quasi-judicial instance that we're considering tonight doesn't add any housing, doesn't hurt any housing policy. It's just whether or not we can help these applicants. This is an unfortunate situation. But, you know, as lawyers, we know that property law is very rigid, notoriously rigid and unforgiving. And I remember in law school, we went through the tenancy in common, the joint tenancy, and all the different tenancies, and because they get written into deeds. And I am glad that Councilmember Burt started to take note of the staff's last slide, the future code change possibilities for rezoning, because, you know, I am interested in trying to help our residents, but I'm also interested in making sure that city adheres to the law and can make the findings that we would have to make if we were to allow the applicant's petition. And I'm concerned about that. I note, as Councilmember Lithcott-Hames did, that you're not really advocating for lots 1 and 2 as drawn. You're advocating that there are lots 1 and 2 so that then we can move the line and conform to what you are. I don't know what the standard is for a lot line adjustment. I think that would require additional inquiry and standards and analysis. I don't know that that's before us tonight. But if I may, just to test the, to find out a little bit more about the facts. Is it Mr. Hanna? Is that, or anyway, you were saying we need to understand the facts. If it's okay with the Vice Mayor, may I ask applicants a factual question?
Yep, that's fine.
Thank you. Could you help us to understand, and you may have presented this and I may have missed it, but one, were the two homes bought at different times? And two, neither, I understand there's some circumstances here, but how did both buyers fail to understand that this is a tenancy in common? Because that's usually something one would be very careful about in a title search. So could you just tell me a little bit about how that happened?
They were given a tour. They saw two beautiful homes. They liked one of them. They sat down with a realtor. They went and talked to the county. The county said, yeah, you can buy this home. You can own this home. But part of the paperwork here, you're going to have to sign this tenancy in common agreement. Why? Well, because that's the way the city has set it up and the developer has set it up.
That whom set it up?
The developer positioned himself in doing that by building the houses across the lot lines and then saying, well, it's not exactly a duplex, but let's treat it as if we're a duplex and we can sell it to a single owner, or we can sell it to two people and have them sign tenancy in common agreements.
So the developer had developed these two homes and was offering them as tenancy in common interests. And the applicants knew that when they purchased it and presumably would have been priced accordingly on the market, because that probably affect the market value, did it not?
Well, you would think so. And if they were sophisticated enough at the time, and few people would be so sophisticated, going out and looking at two beautiful homes like that to understand exactly what was going on.
Oh, I understand that it's hard for buyers to know. I'm a lawyer and I look at those things and it's hard, which is why we retain title search firms and people to help us do that. But it's unfortunate that in this instance, apparently it was not fully understood. Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted to understand. You know,
I can explain the lot line adjustment thing to you. It's very simple if you want to hear.
do you know the legal standards that you can present to us? Although I'm running out of time, so can you do that quickly?
Yeah, the lot line adjustment statute is very simple. Doesn't have to, the staff can approve it. All you have to make sure is that there are no more lots created than the ones that are already there. You don't need a survey. You don't need a new map. You just have to record a deed.
Okay, but that would require us to first find, to make the other findings. And I'm concerned about the findings in Appendix C, particularly item 4, that we would have to find that this exception would not violate the requirements of the law, and obviously granting it would create a circumstance where it did. I am interested, just for my colleagues, in finding a way forward for these people, and I would be open to considering at a different session the code changes that staff said could help them get to the result they want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowing.
Yes, it's a very unfortunate situation. I don't disagree with your use of the word a pickle, an old term that means you're in a pickle. And we kind of get that here, but we're here in a quasi judicial hearing. Just a couple of quick questions. Was this sold in 2007? Is that when these people bought it? That's the 2011. Okay. And a couple of questions for staff then. So their contention, one of their contentions is it's the only TIC. So if we made any change here, that wouldn't be precedent setting, but that doesn't sound right to me. So what's the legal answer to that?
Well, reflecting your thoughts. We believe that's the only TIC. And the precedent, I guess, in the staff report that we note concern about, which I think you're responding to.
The what? Precedent, yeah.
It is, the potential for others to sell property or convert property into a TIC and then later come back and ask the council for a subdivision, which we're kind of struggling to make the findings for here. And that's the concern that we flag in the staff report. I don't know, Molly, if you have more to add to that.
Mr. Yang, do you have a comment?
No, I guess I would just say, we don't know what other properties might be held as tenancies in common.
Okay.
And so, yeah, that's not something we can know for sure.
All right, and this notion of duplex, which the applicant is raising here and was discussed quite at length at PTC. I mean, where did that come from? Was that just a term that was sort of made up by the developer and then it was marketed a different way? Is that your understanding, staff?
So when staff reviews a planning application, we consider the allowable uses as defined in the zoning code, and it is described as two-family use. It does not use the word duplex, and it does not specify whether the units are required to be attached or detached.
Okay. Then shifting back to the end of the document where you're discussing other options, and Councilmember Burt's discussion of, could we make this R1 zoning? It seemed to me like that would be potentially quite precedent setting. Does staff have an opinion on that? Because then anyone who wanted to do this in RMD could say, well, I want it to be R1 now, and exercise my rights under SB 9.
Well, so again, I think to rezone it R1 would be a legislative action, decision.
Correct.
So there's that distinction between what's before you today. And it's not uncommon if you look at the zoning map, to see a lot of PC zoning throughout the city, sometimes in the middle of a, other districts. So
right.
I wouldn't be as concerned about precedent for this being converted. It might look odd on our zoning map because it would be this one RM lot surrounded by RMD NP properties.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can get past that, it's a legislative item and the council has wide discretion or broad discretion on how it considers those legislative matters.
Okay, and then the third consideration that you offered up in that last document was adding more density, which you made sound a little bit easier legislatively.
I don't know that it's legislatively easier. I think what it does is it sort of begins to sort of acknowledge the existing zoning and RMD as a transitional zoning between commercial and single family homes. But with SB 9, the density is about the same now, or could be arguably about the same between RMD and R1. So if we wanted to allow for some continued transition, one could decide that you want to allow for more density than is allowed today on the RMD NP zoning to continue this sort of transitional concept that existed before SB 9 in our codes.
Okay, and then with what's being proposed, at the end of this, would they be deeded differently in terms of what square footage was owned by each part on each parcel?
Missed the first part of your question.
Would they be deeded differently? I mean, they wouldn't own the land that went through half of their house, right? So
If it were split, or they would be two. It was so
if this were to be approved, then it would be physically different pieces of dirt that each owner had, right?
It'd be held in two separate ownership. Yes, they would have their map approved, and
Okay, I'm sensitive to my time here, but unfortunately, there's no way we could approve it given the current law. So it seems to me like that's probably going to have to be the outcome. But I think already we're hearing a lot of empathy for the situation that the resident is in, and a willingness to look at something else going forward to, to help out this situation. So, thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Thank you. I was wondering if Commissioner Chang on the PTC can just give us a quick download. I'm interested in how the vote went down, who voted for what, rationale. I don't know if you could quickly summarize, quickly, in a few minutes.
Sure. Okay. So there was first of all, so it's a two-step process to approve the parcel map with exceptions. The first is that you need to make that you need to deny the preliminary parcel map with exceptions if we can make any one of 7 findings. And staff had recommended to us that the site is not physically suitable for the type of development that's proposed. And so our first motion centered around that, in which some of us on the PTC disagreed and said that we think that there is no development going on this site and that it's already developed, nothing is being built. And then, so 2 of us said that, and then 3 of us said, well, by development, we're saying that it would be non-conforming lot, so it's not suitable. So that was that we had differing interpretations of what it means that a site is not physically suitable for the type of development. So that motion failed, and the staff recommended.
Who are the 2 and 3?
The 2 who disagreed with staff and thought that it would be fine to subdivide were Commissioner Carrie Templeton and myself. And then the 3 who said that the site agreed with the staff recommendation were Commissioners Heckman, Rupavar, and Commissioner Reckdahl. Okay, so then, so based on that alone, because we couldn't, we couldn't make all of those findings, there's no way that the subdivision could have been approved. But then we wanted to give feedback to council, so we continued on with additional motions. And the next motion had to do with the exception findings. And so here with the exception findings, the PTC would need to deny approval if it fails. Couldn't make 3 of the 4 findings. The first was that there are special circumstances and conditions affecting the property. And for that one, the PTC actually disagreed with staff. There was a 4-1 vote saying that there are special circumstances, and those special circumstances are that it's on a corner lot. The next vote had to do with the finding is
the one against.
The one against was Commissioner Reckdahl, I believe. Yes, I think that's okay. The next one is the exception is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right. And again, that was so Commissioner Templeton and myself disagreed with staff, and the other 3 agreed with staff. And then staff could make the finding that the granting of the exception will not be detrimental to the public welfare. And there was no disagreement on that from the PTC. And then finally, there's the granting of the exception will not violate the requirements, goals, policies, or spirit of the law. And that was a 4-1 vote in agreeing with staff. So Commissioner Templeton disagreed with staff. I was on the fence on that one. It's my thinking was a little bit more nuanced in that I was concerned about anything that would be precedent setting, and the lot line and sort of like the fact that this particular case could then bring into the present all of College Terrace's underlying old lot lines that are not currently recognized by the Subdivision Map Act was a concern. That was the concern for me. And then that was similarly the concern, as well as there are several other concerns for the remaining 3 commissioners. So that's the summary.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm out of time right now, but I don't know if the mayor will let me go continue, or otherwise I'll wait till next round.
I think we're having a next round, so maybe go on.
Go on.
Keep it short.
Maybe not. I don't know. I could respect the clock.
Yeah. I mean, we're not gonna have it, so maybe bring it up during motions.
Okay, well, I'll talk about it now then. Does staff know how much objections do we get from people on this? Like who's complained about this proposal?
We had one neighbor who submitted or at least told me that a comment was submitted to you via email.
Okay, so one person?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just summarize the complaint? Okay, maybe as you do that, let me just
It's on
ask.
page 158 of the packet.
Okay, yeah, okay. Maybe if you could, before you guys summarize it, a quick question about what if we were to approve this tonight, but restrict any future development in the future? So basically, it's frozen. The property is frozen. They can't do anything to it. They can't add a basement. They can't it's basically the property is locked the way it is, other than rebuilding exactly what's there. No more square footage, no alterations, et cetera, just basically locked in stone. Is that something that we could do? Is that a motion that's like legally possible for us to do?
No.
No, okay. Okay. And why not?
Well, you have to find a way to approve this tonight. And then it would not be possible to restrict development in a way that extends beyond the city's powers, and the state is making adjustments all the time to what development standards need
What
to
if
be.
the applicants agreed to it and agreed to have it carry forward?
Right, so not on your agenda tonight, but John, comments? Yeah.
No, I'm with you.
So
Albert, please.
yeah, I think, you know, in theory, there is probably a way to craft that type of a condition with the understanding that it could be overridden in the future by a state law, right? That would render it illegal. But I think from staff's perspective, the primary challenge is being able to make the findings in a defensible way.
Okay, so here's what I'd like to propose. I mean, theoretically, we can do all of these other things. I actually think the alternative policy proposals have more precedent setting, which I don't know if we necessarily want to do that. I think we're trying to solve a problem tonight, and I hate for this to keep dragging out. So what I'd like to propose as a motion is that we approve this with and direct staff to investigate a way per Albert's suggestion that any further development alteration to this property is basically stopped or kind of locked in. So there's no, because I bike past these two houses on the way to city council every single week. And if you went past, you would think they're two separate houses. It looks like two separate houses. We haven't seen an army of people here at council saying, this is terrible. We shouldn't do it. And I understand there's a lot of legal nuances here, but we have to think about the practicality. I don't think there's a big objection to this. I don't think we are hurting the housing stock. We are just trying to solve kind of a particular problem without causing a lot of precedence. And that's a problem I have with the alternate policy considerations, that there's a lot of precedent setting here, which I don't think we were trying to necessarily do tonight. So I want to find a way where we can do this quickly without having to have 5 more council meetings and many more PTC meetings, and solve this problem and kind of put it to bed. So that's my motion. I don't know if I have a second.
Second.
Councilmember Tanaka moved and seconded by Councilmember Lithcott-Hames. Councilmember Tanaka, would you like to speak to your motion?
I kind of did, but I mean, mainly, we have to think about practicality. I mean, I live in College Terrace, and actually my house has has a lot line down the center. And I think I'm trying to think of what is the issue to the city, to the neighbors, to the impact, right? If this property is locked in development where they can't suddenly turn this into a big bonanza, right? So the neighbors aren't harmed. I'm trying to think of what is and I don't also want to set a bunch of precedents down the road, which I think, unfortunately, I think this slide of alternative policy consideration does that. It sets a bunch of precedents, which I don't think we're trying to do with this one property. And so I want to find a way for us to do this quickly also, because our time is also valuable. I don't want to burn a lot of time on this. We're talking about, a relatively small property. And it's much more of a invisible legal thing that I think virtually anyone in the community is not going to really care about a whole lot. So, and that's why I think we should do it. It's just in terms of efficiency, but trying to keep it contained so it doesn't, cause gigantic precedents down the road for all the other TIC properties in our city. So I'm just trying to think of a way to make that possible.
Councilwoman Lithcott Hames.
I have no further comments. Thank you.
Let's see, Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Stone. First, I want to clarify that the Assistant City Attorney, Albert, that your proposal was assuming that we could make the findings, the exception findings.
That's correct. I think there's technically a way to condition a preliminary parcel map to condition be that the applicants will record a restricted covenant on their property, for example.
So for me, as a city council, we should respect our city code. And our city code requires us to make findings to support the exception that applicants seek. And it says that we shall deny approval if we cannot make any of these findings. There's a couple PTC said they couldn't make it. It was a split vote, but the majority said they couldn't. I don't know how we can make finding 4 that the granting of this exception will not violate the requirements of the law. It just does. It results in parcels that violate them in several ways. So I don't see how we can make that finding. Now, that said, that's why we're struggling to see, are there other ways we can help? And we don't have to have endless meetings on it. We can do it as efficiently as possible. I think there's a lot of support and empathy for the applicants. It's not clear to me exactly how we got into this situation. I understand there were some things said, but I would think that a title search should have come up with tenancies in common. They may be unusual in Barron Park, but they're not unusual in the law. Nonetheless, I feel badly for you and would take council time to consider the rezoning. But I can't make this finding. Without this finding, I can't be compliant with city code, and thus I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll add my thoughts as well, since I haven't had an opportunity. Yeah, I can't support the motion for the same reasons that Councilmember Vinker laid out. I thought Councilmember Tanaka made very strong legislative arguments, but this is a quasi-judicial, and I did not hear any legal arguments for how we could approve this tonight, and agree with the wording being shall. We don't have the ability to make a determination here based on what we want it to be. We have to follow the facts, follow the law. And I think the original suggestion from Councilmember Burt to then possibly direct staff to pursue a zoning code change makes the most sense. So I think our zoning code is important. It provides stability and predictability for our residents, developers, and the community. And while it seems like all of us empathize with the applicants and understand the frustration of the limitations with tenancy in common, my understanding of the facts from what I heard tonight, I believe that there was knowledge of that tenancy in common when the property was bought. And even if there wasn't, absolutely, I think there was constructive knowledge there. So I'm also concerned about the precedent that this sets if we move forward. So, and agree with the arguments made by staff as well. I can't support this. So to get this moving, I'll offer a substitute motion to accept the staff and PTC recommendation of denying the project, and then an additional, and then also to direct staff to, and maybe Director Late, you can help with the language here, direct staff to begin the process of amending the zoning code for that property in order to be able to convert it to R1?
So Vice Mayor, I think you would want the, maybe not have that in your motion, but send a message to the applicant, encouraging them to file an application to rezone the property.
Okay, thank you. So not in the motion, but just make it clear from our, okay, perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. So there's my motion.
I would second.
Great, thank you. I already spoke to it, and just continue on what Director Late said. Hope if this does pass to the applicant, we'll then pursue that legislative procedure. Councilmember Lowing, would you like to speak to your second?
Yeah, just briefly, relative to the original motion, I agree with both the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Vinker. I think from the standpoint of the applicant, we're going to get something done here to fix this problem. I don't know what it is yet, but we understand that pickle. But we're sworn elected officers. We're not going to go against the law just because it's convenient. So I support the direction that this substitute motion is going.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt, would you like to speak to the
Yes,
substitute?
so I support the motion for the same reasons, and I would really like to point out that the original motion makes no attempt to make an argument as to how they would meet the findings. It is a motion that simply ignores the findings. And I really think that maybe we need the city attorney to, at some date or privately, do a review like we've had in the past of the obligations of the council when we have quasi-judicial matters. They are not legislative and discretionary, whether we like the interpretation of the law or not, or like the law as it's written. We have an obligation legally to make findings or not make findings according to law when we have these matters. And that's a responsibility we have. Sometimes we don't like the outcome. So I will support the motion because I agree, this is something we want to try to remedy. And I think that's the best way to do it is to have the rezone.
Thank you. Seeing no other lights, can the clerk call the vote on the substitute motion?
Okay, the substitute motion. Vice Mayor Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Vinker,
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
and Councilmember Lowing.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1.
Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much to the applicant, staff. That completes this item, and we will move forward. I will go back and bring our honorable mayor back.
Okay, thank you. Now we move on to council member questions, comments, and announcements. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to just acknowledge for the public record that a disturbing video is circulating of an incident on Friday, April 28th, where the Atherton police used physical force against Black school children at Menlo Atherton High School in Menlo Park. This is not our city. This is not a city school, nor is it our city police. I want to be clear. Yet these visuals are triggering to Black residents of our city and perhaps to others who will want to see this situation, this incident fully investigated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vinker.
Thank you, Mayor Ku. I want to speak to commend a cohort of students in the social justice pathway at Palo Alto High School. These students are calling attention to the Cherokee Nation and its fight to have the federal government honor a treaty with it. My husband is part Cherokee, and thus our daughters, who both attended Pali, are as well Cherokee. And so this is of particular interest to me. In 2019, the Cherokee Nation named Kimberly Teehee as their delegate to Congress in accordance with the Treaty of Achota entered in 1835, which led to the Trail of Tears. However, Congress has not seated the Cherokee delegate. So the students at Pali placed a mural on the wall there depicting Kimberly, which they unveiled last Monday. The group has taken the name Same Moon, Same Stars, signifying that together we all live under the same sky and thus we are all equal. So on behalf of my family and all of us, I'd like to thank these students and Eric Bloom, their teacher. The students are Mega Madhabushi, Samantha Lee, Kellen Scheel, Reed Judzinski, Rebecca Helft, Ela Perrin-Kulam, McKenna Roush, Hazel Malik, Harvey Vostres, Evie Kramer, and Anna Wingard. So to the Same Moon, Same Stars cohort, thank you, and I stand ready to help you in any way.
Thank you. That's lovely. I have an announcement. I have consulted with Vice Mayor to request 10,000 from the Council Contingency Fund to be appropriated to Neighbors Abroad to reciprocate our visiting sister cities mayor lodgings while visiting Palo Alto. It seems that in the past, Palo Alto Council members have accepted complimentary lodgings from their host, and this is in reciprocation. So if there's no, please feel free to ask or speak up and we can set it on, we can answer questions. Councilmember Finker.
I just have a question as to how this squares with what we did at PNS the other night. I mean, oh.
Remember, we're going to do a second reading.
Okay. So we're
working this in PNS right now.
We're in the process of addressing this in a more, I guess, systemic way. So I'm not objecting. I just don't know how it dovetails.
Right. So my understanding is because they're needing it for this year. So if we can appropriate it from this year's FY 23's budget versus the next year budget, what you guys are going to be talking about is going to go into next year's budget. Is that so?
Depends on when it comes back and is approved, but I don't think it's a problem anyway, what you want to do right now. So I don't think we need to wait for PNS to finish its deliberations on that.
And we have some cities coming to visit. I don't know when, but August or something, October, I think. But okay, I see Councilmember Tanaka has his light on.
Yeah, I was going to mention that, but that's already been mentioned. But we just looked at the budget, preliminary budget tonight. We see that we're kind of having a $6 million deficit. We see, not just Silicon Valley Bank that failed, First Republic also failing. I think they're being bought right now. Not great times. We have layoffs all over. I just wonder whether this is the best time to be doing this. I realize it's not a lot of money, but every time we prove something like this, we have to think about where does it come from and where does it cut, what are we cutting to do this?
This is from the Council Contingency Fund.
Yeah, I know, but we don't have to spend it. We could use it for something else. Maybe keeping the libraries open just a little bit longer.
Okay. So I think the procedure. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. My other announcement is we have formed the Housing Ad Hoc Committee, And so tonight, I just want to appoint Councilmember Ed Lowing and Vice Mayor Stone to serve on the Housing Ad Hoc Committee. I hope that's all right with the two of you. Okay, thank you. That's all from me. And if there's nothing else, we are adjourned. Thank you.